есть в Непале.
Некоторые буддисты говорят, в Москве плохо практиковать, медитировать. В других больших мегаполисах может быть тоже плохо, а в Катманду говорят хорошо. Действительно ли это так? Каков ваш опыт?
В целом все зависит от сосредоточения, от уровня медитации. Если человек хорошо медитирует, ему не важно, где он находится. Окружение, место не важны. Например, бывали ситуации, когда многие ламы попадали в тюрьмы, и они прекрасно практиковали там. Поэтому место и окружение играют не такую уж важную роль. Главное — умение медитировать. Конечно же, есть и благоприятные места, где практика сама льется. Например, где родился Джетсон Капа, где он практиковал. Также есть священные места, связанные с Гуру Ринпоче, с Миларепой, места, связанные с традицией Сакья и другими школами тибетского буддизма. В этих пещерах, на этих особых территориях, конечно же, чувствуется, что практика идет другим образом, гораздо лучше. Но в целом лучше развивать свои навыки медитации независимо от места, и тогда будет совершенно неважно, где человек находится. Где бы он ни находился, он может развивать свою практику, свой опыт медитации. Это как пища. По возможности лучше употреблять хорошую еду. Это самый наилучший вариант. Но если хорошую пищу не получается достать, можно обойтись и скудной едой. Точно так же и здесь.
Я слышала, что для хорошего практикующего, достигшего высоких уровней медитации и прозрений, трудности и тяжелые ситуации, наоборот, позволяют усилить практику. Так ли это?
Когда в темноте загорается любой источник света, мы не говорим здесь о солнце, о большом костре, даже небольшой источник света, как светлячок. Он ярко виден, когда вокруг полная темнота. Поэтому, когда наступают трудные времена и неблагоприятные обстоятельства, конечно же, это может усилить, подчеркнуть то, что мы можем проявить в себе. В этом случае особенно важны такие практики, как ладжонг, преобразование ума. Есть, например, практика преобразования ума в 7 частях, в 7 пунктах. Там есть предварительная часть, есть основная часть. И третья часть практика ладжонг — как раз принятие и преобразование неблагоприятных обстоятельств. Там объясняется, как сделать так, чтобы трудности и препятствия стали частью духовной практики. Вот эти практики важны. Преобразование неблагоприятных обстоятельств могут стать союзниками и помощниками. Вы, конечно, знаете буддийского учителя Гарчена Ринпоче, который много раз бывал в России. Он много раз рассказывал о том, как он оказался в тюрьме. Поначалу это место казалось ему измерением ада, а потом он практиковал, и в конце концов эти неблагоприятные обстоятельства он смог использовать в своей духовной практике. В конце его пребывания в тюрьме он воспринимал все, как будто он находится в чистой земле Сукхавати.
В Непале есть сложные места для практики, где есть неблагоприятные энергии, не только благостные, где эти наставления необходимо применять.
Гуру Ринпоче говорил о том, что в целом сансара похожа на место страданий, вредоносное место. Но если преобразиться изнутри, то все это может показаться блаженным нектаром. Окружение — нектар, люди — нектар, горы — нектар, рощи — нектар, небо — нектар. Все предстает в чистом обличии.
Для практиков гневных тантрических божеств являются пищей эти негативные ситуации и сложности.
Хорошо, если все благоприятно. Мы все хотим счастья, но не всегда так бывает. Случаются и страдания. Все зависит от условий. Когда ребенок рождается, с первого момента своего появления на свет, он испытывает страдания. Его появление на свет также приносит мучения его матери. Поэтому наш мир — это такое место, где всегда есть страдания. Но всегда есть и моменты, связанные со счастьем, блаженством, отсутствием страданий. Все это перемешано. У нас есть и страдания, и неблагоприятные обстоятельства, с другой стороны, и счастье. Отсутствие страданий тоже у всех у нас есть. В традиции Гелук, практики Идама Гухья Самаджи, когда речь идет о великой чакре ясного света, говорится, что бы с нами ни происходило, все это должно нами восприниматься как источник великого блаженства. Если все хорошо, это прекрасно. Если нет, все равно тоже все прекрасно. Все является источником великого блаженства. Например, в биографии Далай-ламы XIII мы видим, как он претерпевал огромные трудности. В его времена была очень сложная обстановка в Тибете. Ему пришлось даже стать беженцем в Монголии. Примеры преодоления трудностей на духовном пути содержатся и в жизнеописании Далай-ламы III, Санама Гьяцо. Кстати, институт Далай-лам получил имя Далай по третьему Далай-ламе. Гьяцо означает Далай. После него этот институт обрел это имя Далай-лама. Далай, Гьяцо на тибетском означает океан, море. В биографии есть такой эпизод, когда третьего Далай-ламу спрашивают: «Вот вы претерпели очень много трудностей на своем пути. Как вы не впадаете в уныние, в отчаяние?» И Далай-лама сказал: «Когда я пребываю в природе ума, Махамудре ясного света, со мной все хорошо. Если вокруг все хорошо, отлично, если нет, тоже все отлично, потому что я пребываю в Махамудре ясного света своего ума».
Мой следующий вопрос. А как в чистом видении выглядит война?
Мы все хотим счастья. Никто не желает страданий. Когда мы одна семья, родители желают для своих детей только счастья и благополучия. И это же стремление присуще людям на всех уровнях, как целых народов, так и отдельных групп, на уровне семьи или отдельных индивидов, и заканчивая государствами и всем миром в целом. Я думаю, что существа с чистым восприятием, которых мы называем Буддами, смотрят на нас, на простых существ, враждующих между собой, как на членов одной семьи, которые поссорились между собой. Бывают же внутри одной семьи ссоры и конфликты. Но как бы то ни было, все в этой семье желают достичь счастья. И, наверное, Будды смотрят на нас, как родители, на своих детей, которые поссорились. В целом, если отойти от их восприятия, то нужно думать, что сейчас мы, люди, обладатели драгоценной человеческой жизни. Она действительно драгоценная, потому что если сравнивать нас с существами других состояний, то в адах слишком тяжело. У голодных духов свои страдания, у животных страх и мучения. В мирах божеств, напротив, все слишком хорошо. Существо, которое там рождается, проводит время в праздности и лени, растрачивая свою жизнь и возможности. Поэтому с точки зрения отсутствия максимального удовольствия и отсутствия тотального страдания, рождение в мире людей — это, конечно же, драгоценное рождение. При этом мы должны понимать, что у нас бывают такие случаи, что мы между собой ссоримся, враждуем, у нас бывают войны. Мне кажется, что если я начну много говорить об этом, все это будет подобно лаю собаки. Все слова уйдут в никуда. Лучше вместо этого медитировать, практиковать, молиться. Например, в Бодхичарья Аватаре есть слова: «Зачем печалиться, если нельзя найти выход? Зачем печалиться, если решение и выход есть?» Его святейшество Далай-лама тоже говорит о том, что нужно взращивать сострадание, бодхичитту, благие устремления. Если вы что-то можете сделать, чтобы изменить ситуацию, делайте обязательно. А если нет, не беспокойтесь. Если не в ваших силах на что-либо повлиять, лучше не тратить силы на беспокойство. Мне тоже кажется, что это очень важные слова. Еще раз повторю, мы, буддисты, должны практиковать, развивать бодхичитту, благие устремления, укрепляться в своей медитации и совершать все, что в наших силах для блага живых существ.
Лама Глен рада нашей встрече в Катманду. Как часто вы бываете здесь? Чем дорог для вас этот город?
Уважаемые участники Конгресса, у нас
Dear participants of the Congress, we are starting the broadcast in a couple of minutes and the working morning session. So please switch off the sounds of your mobile phones. Yesterday we had some issues, so please check your phones. Choose the mute mode, please. The same problem could be observed in terms of the speakers. So please switch off your mobile devices. Dear friends, dear delegates and participants of the 6th International Theosophic Congress, we're happy to welcome you in the hall of the premiers. It's the Congress Hall AK, Russia, Nizhny Novgorod. We congratulate everyone who's able to join us, to join the live broadcast. Yesterday, we had a lot of feedback, a lot of comments in mass media, in YouTube, regarding the first day of the Congress. Thank you so much for everyone who shared their opinion, their experience in terms of the work of the Congress, and who thanked us for our joint work together. So we're starting the second day of the International Theosophic Congress in Nizhny Novgorod. Today, we have the unique scientific and scientific research of our speakers. They will present their results of their work. These are speakers from Portugal, from the US, from Russia, Korea, Germany. And we are happy to welcome them. We're happy that they are able to join us today and work during the whole day. Today we have the scientific symposium, the round tables, the secret doctrine, the book of the third 1000 year, and we'll see the research on the fifth stance of the Shloka of the fifth of the secret doctrine. So please stay with us. Today, live, we'll hold a briefing and we'll work in the framework of this symposium. Today, we'll have a unique premiere of the film. It's the final fourth part, the premiere of the film, The Beauty of the Truth of Blavatsky, and of course the event of the 2023. During this Congress, in this year, we've presented the announcement of the unique event that will be presented at the 7th International Theosophic Congress in the city of Moscow. There, the unique work of Elena Blavatsky will be presented there. And here we'll be able to have a look at what it is about. Today, Nizhny Novgorod, we have representatives from 27 cities of the Russian Federation, and we welcome everyone who's able to join us. And we wish everyone fruitful and constructive work and good mood. We want everything to work well today. We wish all the participants to be able to hear, to see us without any technical glitches. All the sessions are also with the interpreters Olga Tomchuk, Ksenia Pershova, Yulia Lazareva, Polina Romancheva, Sergei Naserkin. Thank you so much for being able to stay with us to help with communication with all the countries of the world, all the participants and the guests. Thank you. As for the technical communication, Alexander Kuleshov, Alexander Brezhnev, Maxim Yedgorov, they help us with it, and also Artur Gamer from Voronezh, Moscow, St. Petersburg, help us. These are representatives of the technical servicing. Dear friends, we're happy to welcome you, and we're starting the second day of the Congress, and we congratulate you with the significant event of 2022, the 6th International Theosophic Congress. The second day, Nizhny Novgorod, is declared open.
И мы ждем первого докладчика.
And we give the floor to the first speaker, who will open the morning session of the second day, Lobelia de Fatima Travassos, the Theosophic Community of Portugal, Ponta Delgada, the island of San Miguel, Kali Yuga, and the law of cycles. Lobelia de Fatima Travassos was born on the island of San Miguel, these are Azore Islands. She graduated from the Cambridge University. She is the English-speaking translator. She worked in international companies as a secretary, interpreter and translator, and also she worked as a translator and interpreter in New Zealand and Portugal trade company. She worked as a secretary and a translator. She's been the member of the Theosophic community since 1982. She founded the community named after Archangel Michael, and she's always been in contact with the Theosophic community on the continental Portugal. She's been publishing spiritual articles in her own city. She's the author of many studies, Theosophic studies, that cover the history of religions, esoterics, and mysticism. Pythagoras, his principles, mysticism, mathematics, and music. The secret of the Atlantida and Buddhism, the philosophy, spiritual philosophy, myths and reality, and also the natural medicine. These are just some of the works that Lobelia de Fatima Travassos has published, and we're very happy to welcome her with her report. We give her the floor.
Hello everybody. I'm going to speak about Kali Yuga and the law of the cycles. The Earth is at present time in the Iron Age of the dark area of Kali Yuga, that is, generally the period of bigger density within all cycles of the cosmic ages, in which all ages have their own finality and purpose. Being the Kali Yuga, the era we are crossing, the denser period of all cycles, and the one that causes the greatest suffering to the humanity. It shows we are attaining a limiting situation, and fortunately we are getting near to the exit point, although on our Earth's time is still far away to end, where it becomes necessary to come back to the source of life. Accordingly, with Bhagavata Purana, this is an age of human, cultural, social, environmental, and spiritual degradation, and by this reason is referred as the Dark Age, since the majority of the humanity has been very far from spirituality and God. The main essence of Kali Yuga has been the cause of dismissal between man and nature, that is causing the whole devastation of the modern world, taking to the loss of contact with the cosmic order, since the mind of humanity is fixed in the denser and material elements of the reality. It is usually an age where the wars, vices, and ignorance dominate, and it is getting destitute of all virtues. The leaders who have been governing the most of the nations are violent, corrupt, and exploring their people, becoming by this way a perverse world, where chaos, hunger, illness, destruction, excessive selfishness, materiality, iniquity, and a lack of respect from man by these fellow creatures are prevailing. The Kali Yuga age began when the avatar Krishna left his physical body exactly 5,000 years ago. The duration of the greater cycle of the Kali Yuga is 432,000 years, being this Kali the fourth and the denser one of the four yugas or cosmic eras from the Hindu calendar, corresponding by analogy to the Greek Iron Age, in which period the moral values decline and the materiality surmounts the spirituality. The term Kali, it means black, refers to the goddess Parvati, consort attribute of Shiva, being responsible by the death of everything that is abject, rude, and decrepit. Fortunately, this is one of the shortest periods of the Iron Age, provided that 5,000 years has already passed since the beginning of this era, date in which Krishna left the earth. Everything that was foreseen to occur along of his time has been happening in a condensed form. According with the test from volume 2 of the Secret Doctrine, Elena Blavatsky says Atlantis, the fourth continent of four root race, underwent two great disturbances which interfered and gave origin to an abrupt alteration on the degree of inclination of the axis of the Earth. As rapidly it had changed when the Earth was indeed raised once more out of the waters, as above, so below, and vice versa. The tradition says that there were gods on earth in those days, gods and not man, as we know them now. As will be shown in Volume 3 of the Secret Doctrine, the computation of periods in esoteric Hinduism refers to both the great cosmic and the small terrestrial events and cataclysms, and the same may be shown and in respect to names. For instance, the name Yudhishthira, the first king of the Sake or Sakas, who opens the Kali Yuga era, which as the last 432,000 years, an actual king who lived 3,102 years before Christ, applies the name and all the great deluge at the time of first thinking of Atlantis. He is the Yudhishthira born on the mountain of the 100 peaks at the extremity of the world, beyond which nobody can go. And immediately after the flood, we know of no flood 3,102 years ago BC, not even that of Noah. For agreeably with Judeo-Christian chronology, it took place 2,349 years BC. This relates to an esoteric division of time and a mystery explained elsewhere, and may therefore be left aside for the present. Within the cosmic eras of the four yuga cycles, there is a series of minor cycles, being the main ones connected to the phenomenon of precession of the equinoxes, moving backwards to the equinoctial point, in which the sun in the equinoxes rises at the vernal point, where the elliptical crosses the celestial equator, and stays within a fixed sign, marking the so-called zodiacal eras, which last 2,160 years, accomplishing a cosmic year of 25,900 to 20 years. The law of the cycles is one of the most complex and confused laws of the universe, and it is also one of the most important in the Theosophical Doctrine. It exists because the cosmos itself has its existence ruled by periods of manifestation and rest, known as Manvantara and Pralaya. Inside the cycles there are infinite cycles, being 1 year a cycle divided in months, which are divided in days, and the same ones in hours, which are also divided in minutes and in seconds afterwards, and so successively. All this corresponds to cycles of time, as though reincarnation is the great law of life and progress, which is twined together with the law of the cycles and the law of karma, by which the three laws work together, and in the practice is almost impossible to dissociate the reincarnation from the law of the cycles. Within periods regularly repeated, individuals and nations come back to the earth through defined currents, giving place to the renaissance in the terrestrial globe of arts, of a new civilization, with the same individuals that used to be in it on other epochs. Once nations and people are connected by strong invisible chains, a great number of human beings moves slowly and jointly, and they meet again in different epochs, emerging always as a new civilization, a new ethnic group, as far as the cycles go through its rounds. Consequently, the souls which took part on the whole civilization will come back and will bring with them the former civilization in the memory of its essence. Along that journey, there are two situations in which both minor and major cycles of avatars bring, for the benefit of humanity, great personages who regulate from times to times the human race. Besides the cycle of avatars, includes several minor cycles. The greater ones were marked by the appearance of Rama and Krishna between the Hindu people, of Mans between the Egyptians, of Zoroaster between the Persians, and Buddha between the Hindus and other Oriental nations as well. Buddha was the last one of the great avatars, and he is a greater cycle than Jesus of Jews, since his teachings are practically the same ones of Buddha, as they embrace the same thing that Buddha has taught to the ones who instructed Jesus. A new and great avatar will come, and he will correspond to a combination of orientations from Krishna and Buddha, which used to be from military, civil, religious, and occult order. Buddha, which administered the ethics, religiosity, and the mystical part, was followed by Jesus. As far as Mohammed is concerned, he was a minor intermediary and a civil, military, and religious leader guided to instruct a determinate part of the race. Nevertheless, during the intercession of great cycles, dynamical effects occur too, which can change the surface of the planet due to the alteration on the poles of terrestrial globe, or another cataclysm that is due in its majority to the behavior of human being in relation to the environment and the planet. Indeed, the human being is a great dynamo which can produce, store, and irradiate energy, and when a great number of beings, which constitutes the human race, produces and distributes energy, a dynamic effect resulting from matter of the globe can be sufficiently and so powerful to give origin to cataclysms. In fact, can prove it by the vast and terrible disturbances that have been happening throughout the planet, by the many earthquakes and ice formation as far as geology is concerned. In a general way, cataclysms occur in the beginning and at the end of the great cycles, since the principal laws which regulate the effects are the ones of karma and reincarnation, which are accomplished in accordance with the cyclic law. The human being is not only ruled by those laws, but also every atom of matter is ruled by them, and the whole of physical matter is constantly suffering alterations at the same time than the human being. However, as far as the animal form is concerned, the cyclic law affirms that certain animal forms now extinct, as well as some human forms not known yet, but we suspect they will return again within their own cycle, and likewise certain human languages, which are considered dead languages, will be active again and be used on the due cyclical time. Attending to the philosophy of the cyclical laws, we conclude the earthquakes can be produced by two general causes, being the first one the lowering or raising of matter which is under the crust of the earth due to the heat and steam. The second cause is due to the electric alterations which affect the water and the earth at the same time. When the earth becomes fluid, it stays at the mercy of enormous and violent landslides and displacements of water with great and small waves. Likewise, floods of great extensions are caused by displacements of water due to the lowering and raising of soils, which combined with electric alterations are induced to a great discharge of humidity. Concomitantly, the same happens with the fires in a planetary scale, from electrical and magnetic alterations at the atmosphere, and when the humidity is withdrawn from the air, this one not only is transformed in an ardent mass, but also suffers an abrupt expansion from the magnetic solar center into 7 centers, burning by this way the terrestrial globe. As the cataclysms provoked by the ice, they do not only happen because the sudden alteration of poles, but also by the lowering of temperature due to the alterations of the tepid currents in the sea and the warm magnetic currents from inward the earth. The first ones are known by the science, while the last ones are not. The more inferior layer of humidity is also at once frozen, transforming suddenly vast areas of soil covered by several layers of ice. As well as there are small cycles of time, there are also the great cycles of cosmic time, which not only rule the existence of the galaxies, but also the solar system and the planets as well, since the cycle of the universe is calculated in thousands of billions of years, the cycle of the galaxies in hundreds of billions of years, the cycle of the solar systems in dozens of billions of years, and the cycle of the planets is calculated in unities of billions of years. The basic unity for the computation of the cosmic time is the kalpa, which comes to 4,320,000 million years, which are subdivided on the 4 yugas with the following directions. Krita or Satya Yuga, the Golden Age, contains 1,728,000 years. The Tetra Yuga, Silver Age, contains 1,296,000 years. The Dvapara Yuga, Bronze Age, contains 864,000 years. Kali Yuga, Iron Age, contains 432,000 years. Nevertheless, within each one of these cycles, the same order is repeated. That is, within the Kali Yuga, we have a small Golden Age, a small Silver Age, a small Bronze Age, and a small Iron Age, inside the Great Iron Age, which is indeed the period we are actually crossing. These computations come from the Upanishads section titled Computation of Ashura Maya, whose antiquity is immemorial. In accordance to a test drawn out from the volume 2 of Secret Doctrine of Elena Blavatsky, whose original composition is in Sanskrit, belongs to the Purana, an antique book of Vishnu, the second person of the Trimurti Hindu, written 5,000 years ago. The same shows us a description from the times of the Kali Yuga. There will be contemporary monarchs reigning over the earth, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and ever addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death and of human children and cows. They will seize upon the property of their subjects, or, according to another reading, be intent upon the wives of others. They will be of limited power. Their lives will be short, their desires insatiable. People of various countries intermingling with them will follow their example, and the barbarians, being powerful in India, in the patronage of princes, whilst purer tribes are neglected, the people will perish, or as the commentator has it, the Meccas will be in the center of areas in the end. Wealth and piety will be decreased day by day, until the world will be wholly depraved. Property alone will confer rank. Wealth will be the only source of devotion. Passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation, and human will be objects merely of sensual gratification. Eternal types will be the only extinction of the several orders of life. Dishonestly Anyana will be the universal means of subsistence. Weakness, the cause of dependence, menace, and presumption, will be substituted by learning. Liberality will be devotion. Mutual accent will be marriage. Fine clothes will be dignity. He who is the strongest will reign. The people unable to bear the heavy burdens, Karabara, load of taxes, will take refuge among the valleys. Thus, in the Kali Age, shall decay constantly proceed until the human race approaches its annihilation, a pralaya. When the close of the Kali Age shall be nigh, a portion of that divine being that exists, of his own spiritual nature, Kalki Avatara, shall descend upon earth, endowed with the 8 superhuman faculties. He will re-establish righteousness upon earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of Kali Age shall be awakened and shall be as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed shall be as the seeds of human beings, and shall give birth to a race which shall follow the laws of the Krita age, or age of purity, as it is said, when the sun and moon and the lunar asterism Tishya and the planet Jupiter are in one mansion, the Krita or Satya age shall return. And Blavatsky continues, whether right or wrong, with regards to the later prophecy, the blessing of Kali Yuga are well described and fit in admirable even with that which one sees and hears in Europe and other civilized and Christian lands in the full 19th and at the dawn of the 20th century of our great era of enlightenment. The description made by Lena Blavatsky in 19th century alluding to India, it is not so different than what it is actually passing, in a more aggressive way, in our 21st century and third millennium, the one of elucidation, where inclusive in India have been happening very atrocities things, not only in India but also all over the world. We have been observing the density of the Kali Yuga, which has been devastating the whole planet. provoking a great human suffering due to the several calamities which have been falling down over the earth, and where we can see the governments of the majority of nations subjugating their people, where the exploration, corruption, and violence, and the lack of scruples from man by other men dominates, etc. Very wrong are the ones who said that with the end of the cycle of the Maya calendar as being the end of an era, which announced the false end of the world on the 21st December 212. The Kali Yuga has also reached its end, because they are getting blind to reality. The disturbance we have been observing throughout the world of different nature, it is synonymous that the end of the Kali Yuga is going to happen in a very short time, accordingly with cosmic computation, but in our present time is still indeed very far away to happen. Computation of cosmic dates is impossible to be compared to our dates in our Earth time. Man has to show yet a great changing of his behavior, not only in relation to humanity, but also in his connection to nature, as well though the cosmic Though the cosmic computations are being accelerated, great alterations and crises are still to go, and they will observe on the earth until we are able to enter in a small cycle of Satya, that means golden age, inside of the great Kali Yuga. Indeed, the date referred above, 21st of December of the year 212 of the end of a cycle, is due to an interpretation lack of coordination of dates, accordingly with our calendar and the story of Maya calendar, which is not credible, once the same was based in pseudo-astrological interpretations from a universal professor, José Arguelles, who has indicated himself in writing many things about the Maya people. As it is an interpretation of a Maya astrology, it came to create this type of information. We have knowledge and gave origin to a collective alienation of false prophets. Theosophy does not foresee any complete end of the humanity. It tells us that in a remote past there were several periods and cyclical cataclysms with drastic geological alterations involving devastation of several areas in the world that were swallowed by the waters due to an inclination of the axis of the earth, which destroyed continents, civilizations, and the last deluge must have taken place about 10,000 years BC. Due to an extreme dislocation of the terrestrial orb, whose description can be found in the Book of Enoch. The cause of this last catastrophe was due to the degeneration and the decadence of the Atlantis race, who started to canalize their occult powers for destructive and egoist purposes, as well as the profanation of occult forces for their own benefit and selfishness that have driven them to the black magic. The destruction of the old continents did not carry through to the complete extinction of the races. Once the populations who have escaped could survive, when migrations took place for different parts of the world, and they were guided by spiritual chiefs and priests before the catastrophe started. Besides, there were also times in which they went to other lands and developed sumptuous empires, and in other ones they got mixed by the surviving native populations from the old continents of Lemuria. In fact, prophecies are made basically in warning to the humanity, because if man follows an anti-natural way, transgressing the cosmic and divine laws, he subjects himself to obtain painful gatherings. Indeed, Man is the main cause of all the great cataclysms for not taking conscience of his actions, as he is constantly contaminating the levels of resources that the planet has got, which are the greatest cause of cataclysms, earthquakes, hurricanes, and other destructive processes. Man has been the main causer of the terrible events which are in progress by the excessive draining of natural gas from the earth, by the deviation of the water courses, and also by the uncontrolled extraction of petrol. Therefore, the prophecies are always conditioned. If man does not oppose himself to the wrong way he takes, many bad things can happen to him. It means, if man is able to correct his steps and walk correctly in this world, on the time that the calamity is announced, and the fact of it did not happen, does not mean the prophet failed, but the prophecy had effect, and humanity was able to correct what was wrong. Prophets themselves say that prophecies are not definite, as Saint-Germain said, since they depend on man to change them, and nothing happens due to his good behavior. Crises that are created by man subsist, so that they can heal them, being everything on the hands of the man, and it is changeable as well.
Уважаемая Любилия, огромное спасибо. С нами
Dear
была член Theosophical
Belia, thank you so much. We had a representative from Portugal, from the city of Ponta de Gala. Dear Lubelia, thank you so much for presenting such material, and you have gathered a lot of historical material, and it's really important to know history from different sources. But we do understand that there are cycles that, according to evolution, can bring their own changes, otherwise the evolution would stop. So after Kali Yuga, we have Sahya Yuga. It follows, it's like the consequence, it's the spring of the consciousness of humanity. And also the epochs, they change each other. We know that it's the epoch of Aquarius, the mother of the world, of a woman, and we congratulate you with this day. It's amazing that this presentation has coincided with this day, with a celebration. So we congratulate all the guests and the speakers, and we have so many participants. Lubelia, thank you so much for your report. Indeed, we're going through the significant changes according to the evolution cycles, and we can live in Sahya Yuga right now, and we wish all of you to do that. Thank you so much. Dear friends, let's welcome the next speaker, Sergei Pavlovich Roshubkin, a PhD in physics and mathematics, professor of High School of Fundamental Physical Research of St. Petersburg Polytechnical University, named after Peter the Great. He was born in Ukraine. In 1977, he graduated experimental theoretics physics faculty of the Moscow Engineering Institute in 1983. He got the PhD in theoretical nuclear physics. He worked in the Federal Nuclear Center in Russia. He worked in the applied physics area and the Academy of National Sciences in Ukraine. He was head of the quantum electrodynamics of fields, and he works in the theoretical physics right now in St. Petersburg Polytechnical University. He's author and co-author of over 230 scientific works in the area of cooperation of laser radiation with the substance. He started studying Rerich, Blavatsky, Uspensky, Gorkovskaya, Osho, and many others. He works at the university and gives lectures on the secret doctrine by Blavatsky. He gives speeches at the conferences, works on the integration of esoteric and physics, that is covered by Blavatsky. He has over 100 articles: quantum physics, esoteric principles, the evolution of the solar system, contemporary esoteric principles, the reconsideration of life, differentiation, fundamental laws of the world, of the nature, and so on. So please welcome the esteemed scientist, professor, head of the International Theosophic Center, named after Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, Rashupkin Sergei Pavlovich, and his speeches on the fundamental principles of theosophy and their manifestation in the laws of nature.
Я рад приветствовать вас на 6-м Международном Теософском конгрессе. Значит, цель моего доклада связана с тем, что я хотел бы познакомить вас с современными представлениями физики, которые произошли за более чем 150 лет с того времени, когда Елена Петровна Блаватская использовала научные достижения в основном первой половины XIX века. И вот за прошедшие более чем 150 лет понятно, что многие термины, которые использовала Елена Петровна в своей тайной
Elena
доктрине,
Petrovna
они требуют корректировки. Более
require adjustment,
теософские понятия тоже необходимы.
and more than many theosophical notions.
И последний такой очень важный момент.
And and the last thing which I would like to show in my presentation is the fundamental role and function of the new physics notions, modern physics, because the problem of modern physics is quite new.
Значит, вот на этом слайде я хотел представить высказывание Елены Петровны о том, что самое
And I
главное
would like to show Elena Petrovna's presentation that the greatest discoveries of modern science are imagination. This is very important. And the next
который также
slide is Albert Einstein, who also said that fundamental discoveries can be made only by way of intuition. Logics doesn't take part in it. Logics is a secondary component which creates the technologies.
Елена Петровна в тайной доктрине указывает,
Now,
что
Elena Petrovna Blavatsky notes that the 7 universal principles here, as usual, inside them, we cannot say very much, but the 4 lower principles
Илая-центр, я более подробно буду останавливаться в дальнейшем, они, собственно, и создают планы бытия. Я тоже хочу сказать, что я не касаюсь в своем докладе планов сознания. Сознание, бытие, конечно, это неразделимые вещи. Вся у нас природа живая, но в силу наших представлений, вот вчера о Сензаре говорил у нас здесь, докладчик, он тут присутствует, и он сказал, что в сензарском языке одновременно интегрирован этот язык.
and they integrate everything. They show the language, the form, the sound. So you can imagine at which level our ancestors could communicate. Most probably, this ability will come back to us, but later. So I will dwell only on the planes of being. The first thing I will are the fundamental discoveries which have been made in the 20th century. In the 20th century, quantum electrodynamics and the quantum theory of field have been created. And the most important thing that was created in them is a rediscovery of the knowledge of the ancient civilizations. What is interaction and how elementary particles interact? Basically, how we interact with each other. What happens? The first time that this notion was introduced, so-called virtual particles, the quantum theory. The vertical particles are a different type of particles. In the quantum particles, the laws of conservation of energy and momentum are not referred for these virtual particles. And this is how vertical particles appear. they cannot be registered by any macro devices. Therefore, they kind of exist, but at the same time, they are not there. Many people say, oh, you can invent whatever you want, anything that doesn't make sense. But basically, these notions were how micro theories were developed on. And this macro apparatus helped forecast many physical notions, which have been experimentally proved. Even more than that, all the modern techniques, modern devices that you use, smartphones, TV, high precision connection, are all based on these principles. So we cannot just ignore this. So the correlation between the energy, impulse, and mass of the body is how it happens. And we can, they're basically equal. So the mass of elementary particles is determined by measuring the energy and the impulse. For virtual particles, these laws of conservation are not followed. So there's an inequality. And these virtual particles can be very different. Which do we know today? Tachyons, or ultralight particles, quarks, or subatomic particles that make up baryons, protons and neutrons, the transporters of strong interactions, or gluons, which exchange the quarks in atomic nuclei, magnetic chargers, and so on and so forth. There is an unlimited number of virtual particles. Due to introducing the notion of virtual particles, the structure of elementary particle became understood. Here's the structure. And there's a certain singularity inside, or according to ancient philosophical understanding, Laya center, which is surrounded by clouds of singularity. And when there is an overlay of these virtual systems, an interaction gives birth to force of interaction. Physicists have shown the hierarchic structure of the world. And this hierarchic structure has been noted by Helena Blavatsky in her secret doctrine. These are planes, subplanes, etc. This is the same from the physical point of view. The notion of virtual particles has led to the fact that we have rethought the notion of physical vacuum. It is not an emptiness. It is an ocean of virtual particles. Modern physics uses these notions in calculating different physical effects. And this ocean of virtual particles is basically, from the physical point of view, it is these more narrow planes which we directly at the physical plane cannot perceive. But they are the ones which create all the physical properties of our world. And now modern physicists have used many notions such as the charge, for example, the electric charge. You are well familiar with this. An electron has a negative charge, the proton has a positive charge, etc. Now the notion of charge in modern physics is a total riddle for us. It's a mystery. Based on the structure of an elementary particle, Laya center, or bare particle, which has no properties, it is surrounded by clouds of virtual particles. We can make a suggestion, we can suppose that the charge of any particle is an integral effect of a specific type of interaction carriers. For an electric charge, these are virtual photons. For strong interaction, it is gluons. For weak interaction, W bosons, etc. It's very interesting and quite mysterious, the hypothesis of mass. And mass is very different from other charges. It is different in that the mass has two properties. The property to resist changes of speed, or an inert mass, and also gravitation mass, so it gets attracted to other ones. Basically, the nature of both properties is as yet unknown. In 2012, in the Large Hadron Collider, The so-called Higgs boson has been discovered. A scientist, Peter Higgs, in the 1960s, supposed that the basis of creating the mass is a certain field, the Higgs field, which creates the mass. Everybody was happy and applauded, but in fact, Higgs and the boson Higgs explains only the inert part of the mass, but not the gravitational mass. And therefore, these notions cannot be separated, inert mass and gravitational mass. It's a combination. And it's owing to these two properties that the universe is stable. And that is how it works. So, in fact, the inert mass always prevents resistance of speed. There is the force of inertia. You felt this always when moving in a car that goes faster or in an airplane. So this inert mass always appears due to the universality of the area of the space. And the law of preserving the impulse creates the inert mass. And the law of the gravitational mass shows that there is the law of preserving the energy, which is related to gravitational force. There's a principle of equivalence of inert and gravitational masses, which is used by Albert Einstein when creating the relativity theory. Now, taking into account all of these ideas, we can suppose that the notion of mass as an inert, both inert and gravitational, is related to the universality of space and time. And if there is something damaged, it shows the symmetry between space and time. Another very important thing that I would like to draw your attention to is the notion of symmetry. You know that our world has practically symmetric structure. We see symmetry in nature. We are also to some extent symmetric. We use symmetry in architecture, in art. All of this is widely known. Also, the notion of symmetry is definitely used in science. There was a lady by the name of Madame Noether, a German lady in the 20th century. Back in 1918, she proved a theorem that says that every continuous symmetry of the physical system is connected with some conservation law. It was a unique discovery. Why? Science should have certain laws of conservation, and these laws enable us to solve very many practical purposes. And basically, nature is practically symmetric. As I have already noted, the symmetry or uniformity of the space leads to the law of preserving impulses. The fact that time flows practically uniformly, time is uniform, it leads to the law of energy preservation. What distorts the symmetry? It is interaction. If time were practically uniform, there would be no force of gravitation. Of course, it is not uniform. Maybe just a bit. When symmetry is violated a bit, there's the notion of desymmetry. Our nature is desymmetric. This is an interesting picture I would like to show you. It is Egypt, Luxor, statues of the pharaohs. And there was a study that showed that the face, in this case, the pharaoh's face, has ideal symmetry. The left and the right sides are totally symmetric. What does this mean for us? It means that the time of life is eternal. There is no time. Life is doesn't have an end. Human is not totally symmetric, but asymmetry creates finite time. And here we cannot help but remember the monograph of our great theosophist Vladimir Bakayev. eternal time God. It is the time of gods. And this is portrayed in architecture. In theoretical physics, there is the notion of spontaneous violation of symmetry. When does this happen? It appears when, due to the fluctuation of vacuum or breaking down in science. So there are more narrow subplanes which lead to distortion of symmetry, spontaneous symmetry breaking. And it's practically differentiation, the notion of differentiation in theosophy. These notions are practically similar. So look, if we introduce a certain parameter which characterizes a symmetry of the system, the parameter alpha s, which varies from 0 to 1, and if this parameter is equal to 0, there's symmetry. Similarly, we need to introduce the alpha s parameter. So if alpha symmetry is 0, and here's total antisymmetry. And these parameters can never be 0. They can be close to 0, but they never actually equal 0. Now their sum always amounts to 1. The nature of these parameters is determined by different planes. The symmetry parameter, alpha s, is determined by the symmetry of this plane of being. Now the antisymmetry parameter is the influence of the nearest subplane or the nearest plane on the state of the physical system. It is the impact of the nearest planes or subplanes to our physical plane, which creates asymmetry, creates movement. The world is dynamic due to the influence of these antisymmetries. This is what happens in the world. Total restructuring of the whole civilization. And this is what is going on in physics too. We are now in an era when the antisymmetry parameter is increasing and symmetry is decreasing. There's a total restructuring, but the sum always amounts to 1. And that is important. Now the next sub-session, I would like to fantasize here. And here we go into the area of fantasy. And I would like to base on Blavatskaya's words about imagination. So I'm fantasizing. They say that what happens on the higher plane of being, it's largely due to fantasy. So I will describe my fantasies to you now. Earlier, we formulated the main principles of philosophy. Fahad is the 4th principle of philosophy, which is the multidimensional space-time, the source of energy. In order for you to understand me better, I would like to say, in modern physics, there are 2 notions. There is the notion of field and substance. Substance is everything that has a mass, and the field does not have a mass. In fact, both the substance and the field have properties of both particles and waves, the corpuscular wave mechanisms. But there is a very powerful difference. Is there a mass or is there no mass? Now, Fahad is the substance which has no mass. And it is the eternal light, is the pre-light. It's a universe source of light and time. Starting from another plan of pre-image, here's the first plane which we can speak about. On this plane of pre-images, this is where the prototype of multidimensional space and time is created by Fahad, as well as a prototype of a single field and a single element. Going down to the lower plane, the 5th, the plane of being, reason and creativity. At this level already multidimensional space and time are created. Basically, the cycle starts, as well as a united field. Already here, primary quantums, A quantums, are created, as well as primary united elements. Going on to the sixth plane, the plane of formations, further differentiation of the uniform space and time happens, and the differentiation of a united field and element. This united field, which was created at the level of reason and creativity, it's the element of theoretical physics, which is all based on. Einstein tried to create a united theory of a field, and now there is just one unity when we have the electromagnetic weak and strong interaction together. This is one field which is created on the fifth field. And on the seventh plane, on our physical plane, there is a further differentiation, ethereal and chemical. One of these areas is our time in which we live, our universe, which besides our universe, there's a large number of others. Then we also have four types of interactions. The next issue is the manifestation of Akasha. Here we go. Manifestation of Akasha. It is a spiritual substance which there is an absolute space which is created by eternal thought basis. And at this fifth plane of reason and creativity, primary quantums can give birth to A particles. So this is a substance and anti-substance. It is not exactly the matter that we have on the physical plane. And on this fifth plane, the A particles and A quantums are created. On the sixth plane of being, K particles and K quanta are formed similarly. It is matter of creating. And on the seventh plane, we have the ethereal particle and quanta, which have not yet manifested, or we cannot as yet observe or study them by modern science. As for the chemical subplane, is what we have at the modern level of development of our universe. Now, finally, or almost finally, what I would like to tell you about is a fundamental discovery which was made at the end of the 20th century about the fact that our universe consists largely of dark matter and dark energy. Here's a graph which shows for our galaxy how is the speed of the solar system or the star system, how does it spread out when irradiating from the center of the galaxy. You know that moving away from our sun, the speed of the planet gradually slows down. Why does it happen? Because the mass is in the sun and the gravity decreases. The formula is 1 divided by r square r. And this here the stars in our galaxy. Now the technology that appeared owing to modern parts of quantum physics enabled us to determine the speed of star systems. It practically does not change. Now why? Because maybe there is a certain substance that takes part only in gravitation interaction, but we do not see it. It was called the dark matter. Apart from this, we measured the speed with which the star systems are moving away at the periphery of the system. And it increased as if there is certain anti-gravitation. Now this substance, which pushes apart the solar systems, the star systems, it was called the dark energy. The dark energy and dark universe is nearly 95% of all the matter in our universe. Now what we know is 5%. Congratulations. We have come back to the fact that we don't know anything. We are back to the beginning. Here is another hypothesis which might help explain this. When creating quantum mechanics and the quantum theory in the relativist way by Paul Dirac, it was for the first time that the state of particles with negative mass has been explained. Nobody could explain it before. Dirac's equations show that there are two types of electrons. It can have positive and negative mass. Particles and antiparticles, as he called them. His conclusion was that when they come from vacuum, when an electron with negative energy comes to our world, it turns into a positron. A particle with positive energy, but opposite charge. It's a twin of the electron, but it's an antiparticle. Now, if we use these ideas, we can suppose that at the ethereal plane, by way of birth in two ethereal gamma quantums, there are particles and antiparticles being born. Some have a positive weight and others have a negative weight. As their weight is different, positive and negative, they will do what? They will push each other away. Only similar masses are attracted to each other. These push each other away. So they are pushing each other in opposite directions. And I won't explain the reasons, but I can explain. The time for them flows the other way. They are moving backwards in time. So during the birth of such particles and antiparticles, the process will very soon change. One part goes to one side of the huge universe, the other to the other side. This one goes to the past, and this one goes to the future. So about 14 billion years ago, our universe was born. The mass becomes huge. The density of the mass aims at eternity, towards eternity, and the so-called Big Bang happens. Similarly, 14 billion years in the future happens a big anti-bang. That's in the mirror universe. Right changes for left. And this is what happened. Expansion of the universe and anti-universe. By the way, this model explains why in our universe there's practically no antimatter, because it gets into our universe very seldom. That's a problem for explanation by modern theoretical physics. Then they expand, and what happens? This one goes from the past to the future, this one from the future to the past. And there's a certain time when they touch upon each other, and it leads to the particles pushing each other. And this effect started being manifested. Experimental data shows about 5 billion years ago. And the borders of this pushing leads to the fact that the universe starts moving at a higher speed, and also the star system of the galaxy moves with a higher speed. This model requires further development. My goal was to familiarize you with modern understanding of theoretical physics and to show that theosophic principles can have a huge heuristic force and can help advance not only in the area of physics, but also in all areas of physics and other issues.
Thank you so much. As per usual, you are great, and the concept of the physical vacuum as the law of the material world has been explained by you very clearly. The vacuum as the multifaceted world of the molecules, and based on your report, we can say that you've confirmed the universal principles, and it's a real breakthrough. If symmetry means the stability in the nature, then we can conclude that during time, with the time, it cannot create any stability. Everything is changing. And the hypothesis that you've offered of the simultaneous creation of a universe and anti-universe, it confirms the idea of cycles, when the cycles are taking place simultaneously, and when the periods of pralaya are in line with the periods of Manvantara. It's a very interesting thought. Thank you very much for your discovery. And also I'd like to mention that you said that Elena Petrovna Blavatsky says that we need to think about and or fantasize about what is going on in the higher planes. Elena has never said that, or rather she said, let's imagine what is taking place there. And in order to learn about that, we can look at the physical world. This is what happened when it wasn't manifested. So the secrets disappear once we clear up some of the notions. So thank you very much for your thoughts. It will be of significant importance for further studies, and it will be interesting not only for the delegates who were able to come here to Nizhny Novgorod, but also to the guests who joined us live. Dear friends, we give the floor to the next speaker. Taken Bridget, the Theosophical Society of France, the Lodge of Blavatsky. Bridget Takin was born in Paris in France, professional interpreter, English, French. She's been in the lodge since 1981. She worked as the lecturer, as the translator and interpreter. She's the member of the society since 1984, and she's now the head of the Elena Petrovna Blavatsky Society. Every month, she gives public lectures on the secret doctrine. She translates books and articles of theosophic significance, Krishnamur, Alcott, literature and Buddhism, and so on. Taken Bridgen takes part in the work of other research groups all over the world. She is actively studying the secret doctrine and presents her studies online and offline. Taken Bridgen, France, Paris, and her report, Evolution of Human Consciousness and Cycles. Let's welcome our speaker.
Hi, everybody. So, Theosophy is several times mentioned as a science, namely a sacred science in the secret doctrine.
Коллеги, которые в зале, у вас мониторы здесь работают. Не отворачивайтесь от прямой трансляции, пожалуйста. Забыл сказать.
In the first item of a secret doctrine, it is said, the secret doctrine is the accumulated wisdom of the age. Further, it said, it is useless to say that the system in question is no fancy of one or several isolated individuals, that it is the uninterrupted record covering thousands of generations of seers whose respective experiences were made to test and to verify the traditions passed orally by one early race to another of the teachings of higher and exalted beings who watched over the childhood of humanity. But for long ages, these wise men of the fifth race of a stock, saved and rescued from the last cataclysm and shifting of continents, had passed their lives in learning, not teaching. How did they do so? It is answered by checking, testing, and verifying in every department of nature the traditions of old by the independent visions of great adepts. That is, men who have developed and perfected their physical, mental, psychic, and spiritual organizations to the utmost possible degree. No vision of one adept was accepted till it was checked and confirmed by the visions so obtained as to stand as independent evidence of other adepts and by centuries of experiences. This first item alludes to previous cataclysm, having destroyed ancient civilization. According to Theosophy, humanity exists in its present condition since 18 million years. We have reached the stage of our present fifth race and even the sixth sub-race of this fifth race, about 1 million years ago. According to a secret doctrine, we are in this fifth race, developing our fifth principle, manas, the intellect, the specific human principle, which differentiates us from the animals, in that it is a mean to have access to a spiritual planes. These principles will only be completely developed in the fifth round, that is, in many thousand years. In the now disappeared ancient civilization, Lemurians, third root race, and Atlanteans, fourth root race, mankind was naturally clairvoyant, having what is called in the secret doctrine the eye of Dangma, the eye of Shiva, or the third eye. He had naturally access to the spiritual worlds. Page 306 of the secret doctrine, it said, the possessions of a physical third eye was enjoyed by the men of the third root race, down to nearly the middle period of the fourth race. Psychically and spiritually, however, its mental and visual perceptions lasted till nearly the end of the fourth race, the Atlanteans, when its functions, owing to the materiality and depraved conditions of mankind, died out altogether before the submersion of the bulk of the Atlantean continent. In a note, page 192 of the secret doctrine, it is said, it was, as we shall see, at this period during the highest point of civilization and knowledge, as also of human intellectuality of the fourth Atlantean race, that owing to the final crisis of physiological spiritual adjustment of the races, humanity branched off into its two diametrically opposite paths, the right and the left-hand paths of knowledge of Vidya. Thus were the germs of the white and the black magic sown in these days. The seeds lay latent for some time to sprout only during the early period of the fifth hour race. This is a commentary. So from that period on, men started misusing the sacred Vidya, the Atma Vidya, for selfish purposes, so that afterwards the science had to be protected against such violations. This was the reason for the appearance of the mysteries, in which the knowledge, the sacred science, was imparted to chosen disciples in a symbolic way. And it is said that revealing certain secrets of a sacred science was punished by death. For Manas, the human mind is dual and can be used as a tool in the right or in the wrong direction. We are in the fifth race, and our fifth principle, Manas, has not yet reached its highest stage of maturation. This will only happen in the next round, the fifth. There are and there were already sages, initiates, Mahatmas, who reached this stage of the fifth rounders. Lao Tse, Confucius, Plato, Shankaracharya are named by Master Kutumi in a letter to A.P. Sinet, and there are probably some others we never heard of. But there are few. Our fifth race must still undergo two further sub-races to be able to act completely consciously, so to say, and to achieve its pilgrimage towards highest stages of awareness. As he said, page 200 of A Secret Doctrine, the three higher worlds are not accessible to human intellect as developed at present. The teachings of Theosophy give us a detailed description of the evolution of a human soul through the ages and many hints about its future within certain limits, however. The masters will not give precise information about the duration of certain periods of man's future evolution, for it could be a double-edged weapon in our materialistic age in the hands of unscrupulous people. Theosophy presents also a picture of the laws of karma and reincarnation, these twin fundamental doctrines which explain the destiny of man. Man has to learn by its own efforts that he is responsible for his destiny, and that as a thinker he has tremendous powers. Mankind must discover that it has not only powers, but also duties towards others, towards other realms, animal, vegetable, mineral, and that he is also indebted to the great souls who accepted to guide mankind from its infancy, and to impart it the main tenets of the great Atma Vidya, the science of the soul. Let us all be thankful to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, who accepted the martyrdom of trying to teach the science that gives life and regeneration to those who are fit to profit even by the little that is now revealed to them. Thank you for your attention.
Дорогая Брижит, огромное спасибо.
Dear Bridget, thank you so much. Thank you for being able to join us. Thank you for being with us. This words of yours that you said that Theosophy is not only science, but it's sacred science. It changes everything. Indeed, human beings need to use their own efforts and to understand that they're responsible for their own lives, for their fate, and they have the huge powers. And this statement predefines the main concept of Blavatsky study. Now it's high time for us to understand and change. Dear Bridget, thank you so much. We thank you sincerely. Thank you for telling us about the Russian Bodhisattva, the great mission. Blavatsky is the only one who knew, and the deed of her life enabled her to bring this knowledge to the whole world. Thank you so much. Dear friends, and we continue our morning session, and the next speaker who represents his study is Smurkin Georgy Georgievich, senior professor of Moscow Aviation Institute, Center of History of Religion and Church of the Institute of the Russian History, Russian Academy of Science, Russia, Moscow. Georgy was born in the city of Elista, Kalmykia. He graduated from the Moscow State University, named after Lomonosov, with flying flags, mathematical faculty. He worked on the algorithmic dynamics under the conduct of Lubetzky. He also worked together with the PhD Rozhanskaya and Petrova. He started working on the history of mathematics and medieval India at the philological faculty of the Moscow State University. At the same time, he studied Sanskrit together with Chergenov and later with Retrogradova, principal of Frederick. Starting from 2012, the scientific work of the Institute of History and Natural Studies, named after Vavilov, the Russian Academy of Science, starting from 2007. After 2018, he worked in the Moscow State University, named after Bauman. He gave lectures on various aspects of mathematics. After 2020, he had prepared the second and the third books for the publication, together with Parfyanovich, Kalachakra Tantra. He is the author of 4 books, over 40 studies on the Indian mathematics, the heritage of Rerich, biography of Lenin, the author of academic translation from Sanskrit into Russian, the fragments of mathematical study, the collection of the main science about calculations. Up to now, he's been giving lectures at the Moscow Aviation Institute, the history of Russian Revolution, the history of medieval mathematics, the heritage of Rerich, Theosophy, Sanskrit are his research interests. Let's welcome Khmurkin Georgievich, Russia, Moscow, the primary act of creation of the world in the text of the laws of Manu. Good afternoon, dear participants of the Congress. To begin with a few general remarks regarding the religious, old, and philosophical texts of ancient and medieval India. They're not easy to translate. The older the text, the more difficult it is to translate them into any European language. And in medieval times, in India, the whole layer of comment kind of literature appeared. So, for example, an Indian scientist wrote a text for 100 or 200 lines, but it's so full of aphorisms and metaphors that the readers even the Indians themselves, they cannot understand what the text is about. So we need to decipher it. It needs explanation. Another author, for example, in 100, 500 years, can write a huge text for 100 pages that would specify what was meant in those 100 lines. But the comment, even the comment that was written can be unclear, and 300 years later, the comment regarding the comments, the previous commentary can be published. So this is the Indian tradition. Bhashya, this is the name for the commentary literature in India, and the Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky is written in the genre of Bhashya. So there's a small text of the 7 stanzas. It's not clear for an average person, but after a number of comments, explanations, the explanations of several lines or particular words, everything becomes more or less clear. If we talk about the Western academic studies of ancient and medieval Indian writings, the approach of scientists has always consisted and consists in the fact that, in addition to the text, under study, as a rule, they study the following: the commentary literature, they read it. They also study primary meanings of the roots of words. They study texts of closely related teachings, and they study a living tradition. They speak to people who are followers of this ancient teaching, if it is still alive, if it survived to the present day. And that enables the researcher to get closer to the understanding of what the text means. Over the past 100, 150 years, like in natural sciences, as Evgeny has already told us about, Indology and Sanskritology have made significant progress in the development. Nevertheless, it's unlikely that even today Orientalists can confidently say that they have exhaustively studied and fully understood at least one religious, philosophical, or scientific system of ancient or medieval India. As for Theosophists, they also familiarize themselves with the Indian literary tradition. The central postulate of Theosophical Doctrine is the existence of universal knowledge. It tells us about the origin, the structure, the development, and fundamental unity of the universe and man. One of the key purposes of Theosophists is to find or extract this universal knowledge, and they apply it to the ancient words, to scientific research, and to their own deep personal experience. But the difficulty of in the work of Theosophists is bigger than for those who study science in general. And this and nowhere can we find an explicit and exhaustive exposition of this universal knowledge. So its grains are scattered all over the variety of Eastern and Western texts. And some of these pearls are covered with a coating. If we look at all the Indian texts, I can assure you there wouldn't be a full picture about how the world is structured, how it was developed, why texts are very different. They were created by different people in different times, and they use different images, different terms, different schemes, and they even argue with each other. They do not agree with each other. In this ocean of Indian literature, for us, the main beacon, the guiding star, are the works of Blavatsky. The secret doctrine gives us the list of major works that make sense to familiarize ourselves with in order to identify those pieces of knowledge that are dusted by time, by esoteric camouflage, if you want. One of these texts is the text, the Laws of Manu, or Manava Dharma Shastra, Manu Samhita, or Manu Smriti. So these are the Sanskrit words. This is one of the most ancient Indian texts. It's over 2,000 years old, but it's the age of the text. Around 2,000 years ago, the text was formed in its complete way. For how long it had existed before that is a big question, and how it was developing is still a question. It was written in Sanskrit. It consists of 12 parts, 12 chapters. There are over 2,700 couplets or stanzas. The word manu is similar to the Russian word munit, or remember. These are cognitive processes. And the root of the word is very similar. It reflects this idea. It tells us about the various ideas, and I can show you what it looks like in the printed form. The first chapter of this text tells us about the creation of the world. I've taken only the first 30 couplets about the original creation of the world. And I've translated them into Russian. Of course, there have been difficulties in doing so, and this initial creation is very difficult to understand if you just translate it word by word. Very briefly, I'll explain what is happening in this text according to the laws of Manu. Initially, the universe is covered by darkness, and it is in the dream state. The sacred water was created, and the semen of the energy was in this water. The seed became the egg, and that's how the a great father of the world, Brahma, created. And the Brahma breaks this egg, and out of these scatters, the sky, the land, the sphere, the direction is created, as well as the place of the sacred waters, Manasahamhara, Indri, great atom, time, the division of time is created, and the whole psychocosmos is created. It's the principle of ascetic anger and so on. And other ideas are created, such as happiness, unhappiness, soft and hard, just and unjust ideas. The opposites are created. And only after that, the human being is created, and he's part of this grandiose structure. If we compare that with the Stans Dian text, we can see the original darkness and the dream state and the luminous egg with the germ and the original waters and the creation of atoms, time, and so on. The transition from eternal state to the original state that can be destroyed. And this original act of creation is very brief, description of what is described in the colossal panorama of stanza Xian. So before the scientist, there is a non-trivial but a very interesting task. By looking at the comments by Elena Petrovna, try to understand what this unclear story in the laws of Mono tells us about. We need to specify those unclear notions that are over 2,000 years old. And I decided to implement this task. And briefly, based on a couple of examples, I'd like to show you how we can do this. In other words, how we can use the tips from the secret doctrine, how we can apply them in order to specify and translate correctly the old cosmogenic text. The first chapter, verse 23, it's written in Sanskrit. The translation is the following. In order for the sacrifice to have an effect, Brahma milked out of fire, wind, and sun an eternal threefold sacred knowledge, the designation of the three parts of which are Rig, Vajra, and Sama. These are three parts of the ancient texts. In this shloka, in this verse, everything's clear, apart from the strange connection of the water, or rather fire, wind, and sun. There is no correspondence with Rig, Yahar, and Sama, and it's usually translated as fire, wind, and sun. And Agni also is the name of the deity of fire. Vayu is the deity of wind. What do these connections mean? So Xian, the third stanza, is of help here. It's the sixth paragraph or shloka. We read about the ocean of eternity that was fire and warmth and movement, and heat and motion. And Blavatsky comments that these very fire, heat, and movement, of course, are not fire, heat, and movement of physical science, but abstract principles, noumenes, or the soul of the nature of these material manifestations. In other words, she shows that these are not just components, these are deep fundamental principles of existence. And that is how we can not only mention fire or wind without understanding what it means, but we now know that Agni is the noumen of fire, Vayu is the principle of motion, which is the key characteristic of wind, and Ravi, it's usually translated as the sun, but it's the principle of heat, the fundamental principle of heat. And another verse, verse 22, chapter 1 for you. Here we have the following meaning. This mighty Brahma also created an intangible host of those whose nature is action karma, gods, living beings, and sadhyas, as well as eternal sacrifice. Indeed, researchers still cannot understand what it means completely under these words, especially sadhi. When you don't know how to translate it, you just use the same words as in Sanskrit, so that will have sadhya in the Russian text as well. So we use Xian book to help us, and it says that this mighty also created intangible host of those whose nature is action karma, from the spiritual sacred human being, the forms, the sacred animals were created. So we have the comments and links to the Kabbalistic key Kabbalistic text, Sefer Yetzirah, and it says that God has created ophanim, seraphims, and sacred animals, and helping angels. Who are seraphims? This is the highest level of angel hierarchy. They are very close to God. They're almost gods. Who are ophanims? This is the level a bit lower in the hierarchy. These are angels who take care of the harmony of everything to be just, and they need the universal laws to be implemented. That's where they control. And now, if we look at everything from that standpoint, and if we look at the same text, we can see that Karmatman, it's someone whose essence is karma. And this is the meaning related to ophanim. Seraphims are those very close to God. These are deva, or in other words, God. Sacred animals, pranin, in Sanskrit. Breathing, because prana is breathing. And finally, the helping angel in Sefer Yetzirah corresponds clearly with what is written in Manu laws. It's the word sad here. Sad is the Sanskrit root. It means to help, to contribute, to achieve something. As a result, we can see very clear parallels. And as a result, a very dark and unclear text, the sacred text of the Manu laws, opens up its veil, it unveils its puzzles thanks to the text of the secret doctrine. So I agree with the previous speaker that the heuristic potential of Blavatsky books is really huge. We can use it for humanitarian and for natural sciences as well. And I hope it will be understood in the future by the scientists and researchers. Thank you. Mr. Hmurkin, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very interesting as usual. It's revitalizing and refreshing for all of us, for everyone who's joined us online as well. Of course, I would say that it is of the research interest, but I think it's of scientific interest. The laws of Manu in Sanskrit consist of 2,500 verses, and then parts, and they're divided into 12 chapters. If we make a sum, we'll have 21. But if we use pairs, we'll get 12. In other words, we have two powers, 12 and 21, and they mirror each other. So we have the centrifugal form. It's the simultaneous movement of the poles, and the sum of those verses, 12 and 21, the sum of the shlokas is 24. In other words, if we compare that to the first action of the creation described by Blavatsky in the Secret Doctrine, then in the first creation we have 12 cycles that go clockwise and 12 cycles that go against clockwise motion. These are longer cycles. And Mr. Hmurkin, you told us about Kala Chakra. Yes, it seems like that. So this is the most important. In other words, the first chapter of Manu laws describes the view of the creation of the universe. It tells about the creator, about the sacred element, about the creation of the hierarchy, and the role of Brahmas in the preserving of the laws that humans follow. But the secret doctrine that you reflected upon in your report is like the main theme of your report, because you said that there is no unified opinion and so on. So we get back to the original source, the secret doctrine. There are no dark places. There is a unified point of view. Everything is explained there. It's us who cannot see it straight away because our attention is not focused. So the secret doctrine explains the point of this principle of the law of Manu. It's the laws of human beings, of the universe. And thank you so much for this variety of scientific research that you represent annually at congresses, that you use the Sanskrit terminology, and you've just covered a very complicated topic. Thank you so much. You get a round of applause from everyone, dear friends. And now we give the floor to the next speaker, Jeffrey Unick, PhD, Theory of Music, State University, Kennesaw, the US, and his report is on the modification by Scriabin, the musical and colorful associations by Blavatsky. And Jeffrey was born in Minneapolis in the US. He graduated from the University of Louisiana. Also, he graduated from the University in Los Angeles. He defended the dissertation, the thesis, Transpositional Heritage of Scriabin, the approach to miniatures of Scriabin. Currently, he's the adjutant of the Theory of Music professor at the Kennesaw University. Jeffrey was awarded with numerous awards for his creative work. He worked on the musical researchers. In the US, he's the president of the South Central Center of Music. He's the author of multiple artists on the theory of music that were published in Europe and in the US. We got acquainted at the event dedicated to the anniversary of Scriabin, and this year we mentioned that this year is the year of anniversary of Veris, of Abramov, who was born in Nizhny Novgorod. It's the anniversary year, the 70 years anniversary of Bakanov birthday. It's the anniversary of esoteric school. So again, it's also the anniversary of Scriabin, and we had the conference in Moscow dedicated to the research. And Jeffrey Unick's report, with a very interesting conceptual opinion, was very interesting for me. So I invited him to take part in the Congress because this report was directly related to the name of Blavatsky, who, as you know, had a significant influence of Scriabin's worldview, the greatest Russian composer. Dear friends, please welcome Jeffrey Unick, PhD, Musical Theory, State University of Kennesaw, the US, modification by Scriabin of musical and color associations, Blavatsky. We give the floor. As you know, dear friends, our Congress, yesterday we had the opening ceremony, and I'd like to point out that, of course, you should visit the books exhibition. You'll be able to see a number of journals and magazines. These are Albatross, International Theosophic publications edition in English and in Russian every year. They publish unique magazines with the scientific and research materials of theosophists and scientists. And I'd like to recommend you to purchase the journals of all the previous congresses, because in these very journals, you'll be able to see not only all the reports, but also the most interesting points. I would personally like to buy that journal because we had roundtables at all congresses where comments, points of view, scientific research, and discoveries were presented by theosophists and scientists. These materials are unique. We'll have round table after the lunchtime, and there won't be any round tables anymore this year. So we print the texts, we translate them into English so that those printed and hard and soft versions would be available so that you'd be able to have those materials. And I'd like to draw attention to the fact that the Albatross publications this year is this anniversary year. It's dedicated to Bakanov. You can find information in English and in Russian in the materials, information about that. We have the biography of this person, the research, and the planes of existence article. I know that you have a lot of questions, and once you get to this book expedition, it seems like all the journals are the same, but please pay attention to the issues, dates, and numbers. And Natalia, the curator who works at this expedition, she will help you out. Please purchase those books. They won't be in Nizhny Novgorod anymore. So please use this chance. Eunuch Jeffrey, a round of applause to you. We give you the floor.
Before I begin, I would like to extend my thanks to the planners of this conference for inviting me, as well as my thanks for all who are attending. Tonality, the main system of writing music for over the past 300 years, is a system in which a complete scale is divided into discrete chords, which are comprised of individual voices. This individualism is manifested in the preference for contrary motion between voices and the fact that some voices have individual desires, referred to as tendency tones. These characteristics are best shown in the most significant chord progression in tonal music, 5-7-1. In which the leading tone has a desire to resolve up from key to do, whereas the chordal seventh has a tendency to resolve down from fa to mi. These individualistic elements would have been anathema to Scriabin, who composed up to the Communist Revolution, because they defied a central tenet amongst his philosophical influences, that individual desires should be suppressed in order to assimilate into a greater whole. Furthermore, Scriabin explicitly stated that his philosophical beliefs were ingrained in the construction of his music. Accordingly, Scriabin is credited as one of the first post-tonal composers. This raises the question, was there any link between the tonal system of harmony Scriabin was immersed in since birth and the post-tonal harmonic system he developed? To answer this question, I will examine Scriabin's philosophical influences that mention music. First, I cover Blavatsky's color scale associations and show how Scriabin modified it to be a system of color key associations. Then I show how Schopenhauer associates modulations of closely related keys to the death of the individual and the preservation of universal capital W will. Based on these philosophical ideas, I will suggest that Scriabin's creation of his new harmonic system is based on prioritizing key-based relationships, that is, closely related modulations, while subverting the individualistic aspects of chord-based tonal harmony. Finally, I will show how tonality is progressively infiltrated, delayed, and ultimately denied by the elevation of key-based harmony over chord-based harmony in his analyses of Opus 45, number 2, Opus 49, number 3, and Opus 58. The most prominent theory regarding desire in Scriabin's late music comes from Richard Truskin, arguably the most influential American musicologist in the past 50 years, who suggests that the negated resolution of tendency tones represents extinguished desire, which he bases on a relayed philosophical understanding of Scriabin on his own work by his philosophical influence and Beach's love of Ivanov. This comes to us through a threefold vision, in which Truskin only focuses on the first, where one surmounts the individual and petty I. I find this idea of extinguished desire to be questionable because it suggests that the man who left his wife for his paramour in Russian Orthodox Moscow claimed to be bringing an end to life as we know it via a 7-day multimedia music event in a cathedral in the Himalayas, and immediately preceded this compositional period of extinguished desire with the poem of Ecstasy, was now attempting to negate desire. Based on a wide variety of Scriabin's philosophical influences, I suggest that Scriabin had a two-part notion of desire. The first, individual desire, a self-serving impulse that is best extinguished, and in which I agree with Truskin that this is signified by individual tendency tone resolution. And number two, individual desire, a desire to assimilate into a greater whole, which I relate to the use of closely related modulation. These complementary forms of desire would have been common in Scriabin's philosophical influences, be it Blavatsky's opposition of matter and spirit, Ivanov's opposition of masculine and feminine, Nietzsche's opposition of Apollo and Dionysus, or Schopenhauer's opposition of representation and will. In fact, this opposition is found in Truskin's previous quote from Ivanov, in which we have the individual and petty I being contrasted with the universal and single I. It is important to note, looking at the third part of this vision, that the universal one seems to be the main focus. So, how would universal desire be signified in Scriabin's music? Out of Scriabin's many philosophical influences, only two discuss specific correlations to music: Helena Blavatsky and Arthur Schopenhauer. Scriabin's color associations are often credited to Helena Blavatsky. Her music color associations are shown on a major scale, in which C, the tonic, is associated with red, whereas its polar opposite, G, the dominant, is associated with blue. Instead of being on a major scale, Scriabin's color associations are set on a circle of fifths, in which red is also associated with C, whereas its polar opposite, now F sharp, is set to blue. As you may have noticed, Scriabin's system corrects a visible issue with Blavatsky's. That is, her system has an askew polar relationship, whereas Scriabin's polarity is precisely diametric. While Scriabin's color associations seem to be derived from Blavatsky, Scriabin's use of a circle of fifths most closely reflects Schopenhauer, who associated closely related modulations with universal will. This is substantiated by Sorgner, who states, Schopenhauer sees changes of keys as paralleling the death of the individual and the continuation of the will in another form. In this quote, Schopenhauer refers to the invariant aspects of these key relationships when he states, when the keynote is changed, the notes of the scale are analogous to actors who must assume now one role, now another, while their person remains the same. Naturally, I relate this to the idea that Scriabin viewed his late collections as keys, which is based on three basic ideas. First, he referred to his collections as keys to nationality. In Siet-Sabanev's Vospomnonio Scriabina, Scriabin refers to his music in terms of keys far more than any other related concept associated with Scriabin's music, such as chords, scales, or modes. Second, he showed them as keys, and what I mean by this is that the music emphasizes transposition through collective, that is, parallel motion, which is how we relate major keys. Finally, they are mapped onto a circle of fifths, and as shown in the research of Galayev and Lonchkina, these letters represent major keys. So, important things to keep in mind moving forward. First, Scriabin's late music is not devoid of desire. According to Truskin's own sources, Scriabin wanted to imbue his music with universal desire. Second, it sets chord-based and key-based systems as polar opposites, in which chord-based harmony signifies individual desire via tendency-tone resolution, whereas key-based harmony signifies universal desire through pitch preservation. Finally, Scriabin's philosophical belief suggests that he would be transitioning from a chord-based system to a key-based system, since the key-based system signifies universal desire. The following analyses will show an increasing degree of purely key-based relationships over individualistic chord-based harmony, in which, first, closely related modulation infiltrates an otherwise tonal system. Second, it delays tonal resolution until the very end of the work. And third, finally, completely denies any attempt at tonal resolution. The diminishing degree of chord-based individualism correlates with the diminishing degree of perceived tonality as one moves later into Scriabin's works. This involves the use of large block chords over discrete triads and seventh chords, the use of parallel motion over contrary motion, and the use of chromatic collections over major and minor keys, which are affiliated with singular tonic pitches. Like most tonal works, Scriabin's Opus 49, number 3, has regular dominant to tonic resolutions at the end of each phrase. However, there are two clear departures from tonality that suppress individualism. First, the notes move collectively instead of in contrary motion. Second, there is a lack of standard triads and seventh chords. Instead, there are blocks of entire major scales. Let me play this for you now. Working at the end of the phrase towards the beginning, we ended with a clear C major tonic that is preceded by a root position 5 chord. But looking from the beginning, its tonality is far less clear. If, like other Scriabin scholars, we analyze this as an extended dominant collection, this would be a 513 chord in the key of B major, represented by the Roman numeral flat 7, in which the next chord doesn't even feature B flat in it. Alternatively, we could understand this as an extended subdominant collection, moving to a dominant collection, but this dominant fails to resolve to any clear tonic chord. Instead, it is far more consistent to understand the beginning as a series of 6-note major scales, labeled here as the set class 633, which, as we would expect from Scriabin's late music, are primarily related by closely related modulations, as shown with the arrows, until we get to the end, which is far more clearly tonal. Conversely, it is difficult to understand the beginning as clearly tonal, but I would be remiss if I did not note that the middle of this phrase could be analyzed as a series of applied dominants. This leads to my ultimate understanding of this phrase, that we begin with a key-based harmonic system, we move into a system that is either key or chord-based, and then move into something that is more definitively tonal and chord-based. The next piece is Scriabin's Opus 45, number 2. Instead of dominant resolution happening at the end of every phrase, it only happens at the end of the piece, and weakly at that. This lack of tonality can be attributed to the fact, to the loss of individualism through the use of a singular triad at the end of the work, all other collections being large block whole tone collections, and a complete lack of major or minor keys. And note that the following clip only features the score from the outer sections of the piece, but plays the entire audio to show that I'm not hiding any interior dominant tonic resolutions. Let me play this for you now. As we heard, the majority of this piece is not clearly tonal. Instead of dominant resolution happening at the end of every phrase, it only happens at the end of every piece, and is most easily described as a series of alternating whole tone collections, which accounts for every note in the work except the final C major chord. This C major triad can be seen as being prepared by the dominant that happens 2 measures earlier, which is interesting. What is interesting about this passage is it is exactly the same as the beginning of the next, at the beginning of the piece, except for the earlier whole tone collection never goes to C major. Instead, this non-tonal phrase is repeated up a perfect fifth, leading to yet another whole tone cadence. This leads to my understanding of this entire piece. We begin with 2 unfilled dominant resolutions, in which we, at the very end of the piece, get a final resolution to a tonic triad. The final piece is Scriabin's Opus 58, in which there are no clear tonal resolutions, which is why it's frequently considered the beginning of his atonal or post-tonal period. Instead of this piece can be understood as a series of closely related mystic chord collections, that is the chord of Prometheus. This is shown in the analyses of Anthony Popel and Richard Cohn. However, I would note that there is a dominant chord in the lower parts, suggesting B major or B minor. This is important because this particular dominant appears multiple times at the end of the work and proceeds to an incomplete B major chord, that is a tonic sus4 chord, in which the suspended fourth, E, could be seen as resolving to D sharp in the tenor voice. However, this sense of B major is frustrated by the continued presence of B sharp, which is affiliated with the overall mystic chord collection, as well as a number of tones that do not resolve into a B major triad. Something similar happens in the second attempt, although it is more condensed than the first. This brings us to the final attempt, in which we still have a B major tonic sus4 chord in the bass that conflicts with B sharp in the soprano, which is affiliated with the mystic chord collection. However, there are some notable differences that happen after this. Instead of the tenor voice moving to the third of a B major triad, it goes to G sharp, which is affiliated with a B major, which is unaffiliated with a B major triad. Furthermore, the upper voice goes to a B sharp, which is affiliated with a B with the mystic chord collection, which can be interpreted as denying the attempt to close the piece in B major. I'm going to play the end of this piece so you can hear these attempts at resolving to B major and how it could be heard as conclusively denying tonal resolution by moving to B sharp in the soprano. This leads to my ultimate understanding of this piece as a series of closely related mystic chord collections, in which would fall in line with my theory that this represents unifying desire, which is trumping the individualistic desire of dominant to tonic resolutions. Accordingly, the mystic chord is closely related at even transpositions, shown with the letter T, and every transposition in this piece is an even number. In conclusion, these 3 works show decreasing occurrences of tonal resolutions. Opus 49, number 3, only featured resolutions at the end of phrases. Opus 45, number 2, only featured resolution at the very end of the work. And Opus 58 denied all attempts of dominant resolution. Furthermore, these works progressively avoided the tonal traits of using discrete chords, that is, triads and 7th chords, contrary motion, and tonal collections altogether. However, closely related modulations were shown to be a common link between all the pieces, which were seen by Scriabin's philosophical influences as a signifier of unity. This finding clarifies various aspects of his late music. First, it establishes a clear link between his tonal and post-tonal works. Second, it suggests that the music is not devoid of desire. This interpretation has significant implications on performance. If one had the perspective that Scriabin's late music was solely representing extinguished desire, one would be inclined to play his music in a detached, motionless manner, instead of playing it energetically, passionately, and eccentrically, like Scriabin himself. Thank you very much.
Господин Юнак, огромное спасибо.
Dear eunuch, thank you so much. You've amazed all of us today. And once again, it became clear that the research of Blavatsky and her influence on the lives of many famous scientists, writers, it is true, and the fragmentality and the essence of the materials that you've provided is another breakthrough. It's another deep understanding of the works of Blavatsky. Thank you so much for this flow of music, light, and information. A round of applause to you. And you know, it just came to me that when Eunuch was playing the music and made these comparisons, I think the participants of the Congress, whenever they are, those who were able to join us, they had a unique opportunity to get additional education. We can learn more about Sanskrit, Sanskrit physical and mathematical aspects, about the culture, religions, about the cultural philosophy, about theosophy, about theology. We can become experts in stones, faceting, in books, the poetic area of work, and here we have the musical area of work. This is important for the development of the consciousness, improving its variety. The works by Elena Petrovna can be relevant to any consciousness. Dear friends, the next speaker is Evgenia Shabornikova-Mikhailovna, coordinator of projects of funds for coordinating the development of socially important activities. I was born in Bornino in Krasnoyarsk region. I graduated from the institute, and I received the bachelor degree in economy. I worked in the municipal area of work, methodological work, and social projecting, and I've been working on that since now. And I'm going to talk to you about the eternity is the time of the gods. That is the name of my report.
One
of the first philosophers who began to reflect on the nature of time was Plato. He characterizes time in his treatise Timaeus as a moving likeness of eternity. Aristotle developed this understanding of time, defining it as a measure of movement. This interpretation was fixed in his physics, and it laid the foundation for the natural science of understanding of time. At the beginning of the Middle Ages, Augustine developed the concept of subjective time. He distinguished three parts of time: the present, the past, and the future. Gottfried Leibniz follows Augustine, seeing in time a way of contemplating objects inside the monad. Leibniz is followed by Immanuel Kant, who defines time as a priori form of contemplation of phenomena. However, both the natural science and the subjective concept of time reveal something in common, namely the moment of the change of states, because if nothing changes, then time does not reveal itself in any way. Isaac Newton deepens the scientific understanding of time by introducing the concept of absolute time, which flows completely evenly and has neither beginning nor end. Absolute true mathematical time in itself and by itself by its very essence, without any relation to anything external, flows uniformly and is otherwise called duration. We will consider time according to the material issued by Blavatsky in The Secret Doctrine. The very concept of time has to do with manifestation. It's known, according to The Secret Doctrine, when consciousness appears, then time appears. The main key idea that I'd like to share is that time does not exist. In order to define this main idea, it's necessary to start with the cause of the very time that will one day have a manifestation. In The Secret Doctrine, the state is called duration, and it's described by the cycle of pralaya. The Secret Doctrine establishes three fundamental provisions. The concept of three fundamental propositions without the identity of manifestation remains a relative concept if we do not attach a corresponding manifestation to each position. Only then will we see the movement and manifestations of the law. The three fundamental propositions of Secret Doctrine correspond to three aspects of the absolute. The first aspect is an abstract space that on the planes manifested becomes a mother giving birth. The second aspect is duration, which becomes time, showing periodicity, manifestation and disappearance, night and day, ebb and flow, increase and decrease, sleep and wakefulness, life and death. We shall focus on the second aspect as it's related to the concept of time. Duration becomes time, showing periodicity, which becomes breathing. So in such a simple formula, which was given in the poem, we can notice a system or an identical law, which is described in detail by Blavatsky, who will consider the planes of existence and the sequence of stanzas according to color chakra. The planes of existence and the consequences of stanzas, each sector which corresponds to a certain plane of existence, and consequently to the stanzas. Aries, the single, or the first stanza, Taurus, the plane of gods. The second stanza, it corresponds to the second aspect of the absolute, or duration, which in its appearance will become time. By the way, the Taurus sector is opposite the Scorpio sector. The black tiger opens the year 2022 that we're living now. So the study of time or color chakra is inevitable. And it's true for all reports of the Congress. It studies time or color chakra. The next sector is Gemini, the plane of spirit. The third stanza, Cancer, the plane of prototypes. The fourth stanza, Leo, the plane of mind and creativity. The fifth stanza, Virgo, material and formative plane. The sixth stanza and further on, the seventh stanza goes through all the signs of the zodiac up to Pisces. Scientific research of the Secret Doctrine with the application of the color chakra calendar system opens up many ways of understanding and applying the secret knowledge in the life of every day. This secret knowledge hidden in each of us is like a potential that we discover in ourselves as a book. So the key point is the course of time, duration. It corresponds to the state of buddhi. The second, here unmanifested plane of the spirit beyond all forms, the Taurus sector according to color chakra. So the unmanifested according to the law of evolution becomes manifested. Duration becomes time. In the Secret Doctrine, the critical point from where this countdown begins corresponds to consciousness, which can implement this. That is to divide the one or divide eternal duration into past, future, and present. This is an informal consciousness that is formed, or rather woven into the higher light on the plane of prototypes. This light is hidden by veils. This is the preservation of the future monad. It is preserved, and those veils that Blavatsky says in the Secret Doctrine are nothing but the stages of penetration of this light through the waters of space to manifestation. The veils dissolve this light. There are 7 such veils. Veils in the Secret Doctrine are a description of what hasn't yet happened, but which will be manifested when the cycle begins, or Manvantara, that is, time will begin. Veil 1, time. Veil 2, Ahi. When time appears, then there is an hierarchy of beings who are the vehicles of the divine forces, breath of life, inhale and exhale. Veil 3, universal mind. First, there are ahi, vehicles that are ready to accommodate the universal mind. Then there is the universal mind emerging. Veil 4, the 7 ways to end suffering. It's a very important veil. 4 is the shape. The first 3, time, ahi, and mind, fall into the 4th state. And there is a 7-fold. In what? In the direction of the paths to bliss. That is, the path is marked out by the higher powers before the causes of suffering appear. This path is given as the highest thing, given to the highest. It denoted the entire hierarchy, the way out of future suffering. It was probably impossible to do the opposite if only the lower ones had come first. That is the causes of suffering. The higher ones would not be able to manifest. The highest must be the first, both above and below. Veil 5, the great causes of suffering. Potentially, 5 is the symbol of man. The gods do not suffer. Veil 6, Father, Mother, and Son are one. 6, or heart, is the single supreme essence, Buddhi, wisdom, the state of unity between the male and female principles and of their movement, or ray. There is no movement, nothing has started, there has been no division. State 6 is the state of absolute wisdom, and Veil 7, the Son, who will awaken to a new wheel and travel to it. Sun is the ray, the beginning of the movement. When all the 7-fold is gathered, the movement arises. The ray, symbol 7, the awakening, or Manvantara, will begin, and the countless incarnations of the soul, sun monad, begin to wander. And now let's see how this idea of veils turns the characteristics of races into a certain concept. Veils 1 and 2 correspond to the future of race 1 and race 2. Time and ahi, almost one state, simultaneous manifestation. Race 1 merged with race 2. Veil 3, the future race 3. None became monadic. Veil 4, the future race 4. Humanity has reached the ideal form. Matter has acquired the densest state, the flowering of human genius. On a circle of races 4 and 7, the race is in the same sector. Veil 4 includes 7 ways to end suffering. That is, first the matter of the race 4 is revealed, and then the spirit is the race 7. The path and shape is the path of manifesting liberation, from materializing the spirit to spiritualizing the matter. Veil 5, the future race 5. After Atlantis came a new race of Aryans who are destined to give the basis for race 6 to come through great suffering. And Veil 6, the future race 6. Race 6, the Buddhic race, namely the 3 principles, must merge into 6. As Helena Ivanovna Verich writes, 4, 5, and 7 merge into 6, so become wise. If we look at the scheme once again, race 6 and 7 are in the same sector, and Veil 7, the future race 7, the sun who has awakened, a new cycle has begun. Race 7 ends the evolution of human, and a new cycle begins. 7 does not exist, but is the next first. This is the nature of the great journey, the eternal movement. What exactly does wandering in eternity mean? If we answer the following question, we will understand what it is. Time is finite, duration is infinite. Something must exist within time and space, and something must go beyond time and space. I wonder what it could be. Let's look at what milestones Blavatsky gives us in the comments. Time is an illusion created by the successive alternations of our states of consciousness throughout our journey through eternity. The evidence of the division of time, the present, transmitted by our senses from the field of ideal representations of the future, and the transition to the field of memories of the past. We have the future, the duration, the present time, mathematical line, and the past as duration. We have 2 eternities, the future and the past, and the time is finite, the duration has no beginning or end. Time is divided in durations. The divisibility of time is speed. The lower the plane of descent and the differentiation, that is the closer to the dense world, the speed decreases. The higher planes have the highest speed up to its absolute speed. where time disappears, then merges with duration. So the key point, if the velocity determines the visibility and occurrence of time, as well as the disappearance of time, hence human consciousness also determines its existence in time in the same way. In the conditions of the dense world of forms, a person needs to develop the speed of thinking close to the speed that is already intended by the flow of evolution. This epoch has already predetermined the conditions for increasing the speed. If 1 year, in terms of the speed of events, used to correspond to 3 years, now 1 year corresponds to 100 years in the Aquarius epoch. If we do not acquire the speed of thinking, then the conditions and circumstances of the density and speed of time will begin to crush and destroy us. So karma is always catching up with us. How? By diseases, destruction, catching up with the past. Our consciousness does not correspond to time, rather the speed of time. It means that you need to live in step with the times, refine your intellect to the heart energy, acquire the speed of thinking. How? By clearing your mind, freeing yourself from the habits of the past, from the negative manifestations of the past. Now there is a period of the introduction of pure energy, and this is period that is determined by the race in which we are, which has already passed its densest state of form and has begun to refine its subtle bodies, rising along the arc of ascent. This is the fifth race and the fifth sub-race. The fiery energy comes by its changes in the cosmos, in nature, in man, by increased vibration and increased speed. If we conform to this, if we develop our thinking or capabilities, skills, abilities, then karma will stop catching up with us, with diseases and destruction catching up with the past, and the renewal of karma will begin. The key point, thus the future will become real, and there will come a correspondence between the speed of thinking and the speed of time. In this way, the mind gains freedom of movement in the dense world of forms and becomes receptive to the speed of time change, merging with it. Thus, the density of time ceases to affect the person. It is the intellect that has been refined or sharpened to the heart energy and dissolved in the heart. It always knows where reason or limited intellect can only guess.
So what should exist within time and space, and what should go beyond time and space? Within time and space, there exists the Mahat, mind, which slumbers until a certain cycle. And what goes beyond the time and space? The mind, when the cycle comes and time begins. So, Mahat or mind determine consciousness and time. Illusion is separation. Reality is unity. The mind, Mahat, exists unmanifested within and is manifested without time and space. He is the monad, the completed light that persists during the pralaya period and has life when time for Manvatara begins. I cannot help but tell you about all these events. Razum, Razum, the mind. In Russian, Ra is the sun god or light. In the third rate, he descended. So Razum is mind in Russian, and Ra is connected with and the Z is connection. It is the manifested cycles. It connects the mind and the bottom. And so when the ray touches upon our consciousness, we become intelligent, understanding comes. The sixth ray star, it is Rupa or Ah, or the property of understanding for men. And Z is connecting the bases of two triangles, the highest and lowest. It is the symbol of some Manvatara is a snake which is biting its tail. It encircles this symbol. If we look at the keyboard in the computer, then the English Z corresponds to the Russian letter I, which is Ya. So when you know synthesis or Z and connect the lower and the higher, you will recognize yourself and you will become the I. Having renounced all forms of theism, Gautama became Buddha, or he became enlightened. And he said, I am Brahman, or God. And this is the motive of every initiated person. And then the world of truth is approaching. The world of truth, like a shining star which fell from the heart of eternity. It is a lighthouse of hope with the 7 worlds of existence hanging on its 7 rays. And these worlds will contain archetypes and become vehicles of the universal mind when the cycle comes. So consciousness will manifest and time will begin. What are the conditions of the mind's action? They are space and time. And there is neither time nor space for the perception and sensations of the higher ego. Non-being, emptiness, and darkness are the sources, the very essence and perfection. The one is not created, it does not evolve. But so what does evolve? Reflection does. Now let us have a look. The reflection, that is non-being, emptiness, darkness, the seven unmanifested. What corresponds to the duration? So the Genesis, fullness of light, is the seven manifested time. 7 veils, 7 cycles, 7 circles, 7 races. It is all predetermined. 7 truths correspond to 7 circles. 4 truths have passed because we're in the 4th circle. What is the 4th dimension? It is essentially the astral light, which is distinguished into the higher and lower astral plane. What are the 5th, 6th, and 7th dimensions? They correspond to Atma, Buddhi, and Manas, the triad outside the dimensions. The 7th Atma is the 7th cycle, the 6th Buddhi is the 6th circle, the 5 higher Manas is the 5th circle, and the 4 lower Manas develops the 4th cycle. That is, the 4th dimension for the 4th cycle. The development of the 4th body of consciousness of lower Manas are the thread of Gagarin, the bridge to the higher triad or higher world, which is synthesis or secret knowledge. What is the sacral knowledge? It is a combination of opposites, cause and effect, good and evil, dark and light. Knowledge is like a link in the chain of eternity and endless movement. And this sacred movement is transmitted by the teacher to the student. This connection expands the consciousness. It reveals the creative power, which is the only one that evolves. Let us trace this thought according to the scheme of the planes of being. The plane of archetypes is where initiatives create. The plane of mind and creativity is where understanding begins. The material and formative plane is coordination, and the physical plane is execution. So everything in our physical world begins with execution. And according to the law of identity, being in a smaller cycle of a century, year, month, week, day, night, hour, minute, second. In physics, the measurement of time, by the way, is a second, 1/60th part of a minute. Now, a tertius is 1/60th of a second, and there's also yoctosecond. It's 10 to minus 24th degree seconds. You know what it is? It is the time of creation or decay of unstable or elementary particles at the same time. It's an immense speed. It is higher than the speed of light. And if we learn to complete the state of pain or joy, suffering or pleasure, resentment or recognition, satisfaction and dissatisfaction, etc., we then can achieve a state of self-knowledge, self-perception, so we can remain pure, without plunging into the transitory or temporary, but remaining in eternity. Thus, we cultivate our spiritual heart, we refine and sharpen our intellect, and eventually we become intelligent, self-thinking beings. So the purpose of human evolution is to learn to think, to become truly sevenfold. In the process of this movement, there is matter, which appears the quality of spirit, logos, the source of light and power, also the ray that gives power, the thought that dawned on us, the spirit remembered. And when we awake to the light, we find time. Atma is what plunges into the logos. It grants us immortality, so 7 becomes 1, or the single. And the absolute is beyond time and space, that is in eternity. The causes begin in time and space. With the development of the pure desire of Buddhi and the universal principle of desire acting on the lower plane, initiated or twice-born lords receive form, obtain form, and then 2 new doors, the symbol of twice-born lords, open from the finite to the infinite. The door is a higher thought. It's a higher state of evolution. And opening 2 doors means that higher aspirations will allow you to learn how to use the subtle forces of nature to a much greater extent.
Через символы мы можем познавать то,
In the meantime, through symbols, we know what is hidden and not manifested. So we can approach the inner plane. What ensures this? It's very easy. Paha, jiva, and prana. As a sediment of matter, it begins to be animated by us, and the consciousness is saturated with fire. This is psychic energy. Full realization of the truth can come to a person only with the development of the sixth sense. Buddhi, this is the heart or intuition. This is the divine mind, which will be possessed by representatives of the sixth race of humanity. Let us look at this in more detail. It corresponds to the constellation of Taurus or Aum, where 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th color chakra principles, altogether 40, gives the number 4. A lot has been mentioned about this at our workshop. We shall not repeat now, but 40 is the inner memory of the spirit, inner understanding, inner light. The fourth world corresponds to the state of nirvana or reason or cause. The psychic energy is an organ of the fourth dimension, which is the refinement of all senses. And then time disappears. It dissolves in light and acquires plasticity. So the shackles of time weaken according to the refinement of consciousness. And as Helena Blavatsky tells the students, time has existed since the appearance of the third logos. This is the main the difference between the last tremor, which begins outside of time and space, and ends with the appearance of the third logos, when time and space begin. That is, periodic time begins. Let us consider such a correspondence between time, consciousness, and logos. Consciousness presupposes limitations and definitions. Number one, something to be aware of. Number two, someone to realize this something. And third, self-knowledge, self-perception, the highest aspect connecting the first and the second, thereby having the dynamics of the manifestation of the seventh aspect in a person. So a person becomes enlightened. So the first is infinite duration, which coexists with space and primordial indestructible matter. The second is a single eternal element, which is space outside the dimensions. And thirdly, perpetual motion, which is the breath of a single element or absolute movement. And breathing never stops, even during the pralaya or eternity. So the first, it is something or duration, corresponds to the first logos, which has its reflection or connection and merges with the second. The one who can realize this something is a single eternal element, corresponds to the second logos. And the third, self-knowledge or breathing, which never stops, and corresponds to the third logos. It connects the first, second, and shows movement. The second merges into first and third. The third merges into first and second, and all three merge into one. This is, in many systems, it is man that corresponds to the third logos, which has the power of manifestation. It is the power of life and love. Life and love are a powerful force, thanks to which everything exists in the universe. Love is the power that rules the world. Everything that is done for its sake has the power of world law. It should require transparency, like a ray, or penetration. It should become as light and all-pervading as a white ray, which cannot be measured, since it is essentially transparent light. It should require transparency like a ray or penetration, which becomes as a light, and all-pervading as a white ray, which cannot be measured, since it is and it releases from the energy of the perfect body in the state of mind. The wave of time density is directed precisely by this movement of fire. And reflecting in itself as in a mirror, logos merges with this reflection. This is the energy focus of the logos center in his heart, and he becomes his heart. What can help the man in this movement of the law or identity of reflection? These are the forces of Shakti, the master which gives this ability to hold the truth. It's vital, universal, cosmic force. The powers of Shakti has a single cause of opulence. Let's turn to the color chakra calendar. Second or 20th principle is symbolized by the red dog, which is Adi Shakti, or the unified power of Shakti. The fourth center on color chakra is the womb from which the sons are born. And the fourth sector of the plane of prototypes is completed by the red dog Nidana Adi Shakti. The red dog is the affirmation of the spiritual personality. It completes the fourth sector, or gives that first form of non-form for the realization or manifestation of the sons, forces of Shakti. The first sector, the plane of archetypes, opposite the 10th sector of Capricorn, the third line of the divine mind, Buddha, divine wisdom. That is fertilization of the spiritual power. Potential power becomes real power. The same rope to the promised land stretched by the sun. And the impulse of reason for this phenomenon was given by Adi Shakti, Nidana of the red dog, as a single force, which manifests through 6 subsequent forces or reflections in light. This is the 6th version of Virgo, the astral life. corresponds to the material and formative plane. The black dragon, Parashakti, is the power of light and heat. The black snake, Jnana Shakti, the power of reason. The blue lord, Icha Shakti, the power of will. The blue goat, Kriya Shakti, the power of thought. And the red monkey, Kundalini Shakti, the power of attraction and repulsion. The red rooster, Mantika Shakti, is the power of letters, speech, and music. That is sound and hearing, and the word should arise. If the man mastered these forces, he would achieve complete similarity, and the potential force would become a real force. Now, the word is being brought back to man to give him the opportunity to respond to it even more, shake off the dull stupor into which he has plunged, and to make him able to return to his creator as soon as it is provided for by the evolutionary plane for the seventh surface. That is, return to the seventh or individual aura or the spirit and the seventh aspect in a person. The seventh aspect in a person is self-knowledge, or the state of immortality. A person who has become self-aware can feel the voice of silence, accepting the radiance of truth. And then, when the time disappears, the duration of the space of consciousness. How does it happen? Very simple. The first has its own reflection or connection and merges with 2 and 3. Silence, 1, is reflected and appears sound, 2, and merges with hearing, 3. Then the second merges into 1 and 3, so sound, 2, merges with silence, state 1, and hearing, 3. And the third merges into 1 and 2. Hearing merges with silence, first, and sound, 2. And all 3 are 1. In further combinations, potentially they can create new forms. And the form is a third logos when the word appears. And this word is God. This is how eternity is dissected by the spoken sound. Sound 1. If man in several systems is considered as the third logos, let us see what the third logos is. The third logos is the Demiurgus, the creator of the logos, the Mahat or mind, the builder, the divine force that built the universe. And a person who possesses intelligence or creative power that builds his consciousness or brings awareness of the light closer becomes a true creation of Brahma or a complete reflection. And the man becomes free from time or the fettering embrace of Maya. The form of freedom is joy and love. Humanity will have to live in such a way that joy and love remain the only influence in our world. Any pain affecting the psychic spheres will now be a universal pain. And this is the requirement of evolution. The subtle word connects with the dense in objective cooperation, and the idea equal among equals will be realized by the power of Maya. There will be a division of humanity, but only equals will be united by an equal level of expansion of consciousness and depth of thinking.
The point is a complete reflection. This is the Immaculate Conception. So a person has a rebirth, a spiritual one, with a full reflection of the higher self. Then it begins to manifest through a person, through the light, the true sun, or the ability to penetrate is born. There is a complete reflection, the tetragrammaton symbol. The approximate meaning of the tetragrammaton. He was, is, and will be. Some scientists offer translation, he is alive, I am who I am. In accordance with the aspects of time, we shall align as follows. Past, he was. The present, he is alive. Future, I am who I am. When I am, there is I. Manas absorbs the light of Buddhai. The Buddhai is a rupa and cannot absorb anything. When the ego takes all the light of the Buddhai, it takes the light of the Atman, since the Buddhai is its carrier, and thus the three becomes one. The state of I am being is the state of the heart of God, which is the eternity. And this is the time of the gods, a huge cycle. So high spirits, gods' hierarchies, think in huge cycles, the duration of which is eternity, connecting them in a single evolutionary movement. The conclusion. The more a man purifies and refines his consciousness, the more he can reflect the higher. He may well develop such a speed of penetration and the connection of thought and action, and then time opens its arms to Maya, and then he burns past karma with a huge pressure of a large cycle. then nothing is impossible. Then it becomes clear why many geniuses manage to do as much in one incarnation as for an ordinary consciousness it would require millions of incarnations. Eternity is the time of the gods because it does not exist. Does not exist when a man has become immortal in the eternal duration of the cycle. When you're outside the body, you do not depend on the established consciousness of others. The time does not exist. When a man leaves his body and is not subject to the habits of consciousness formed by others, the time does not exist. Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Thank you. Dear friends, we'd like to demonstrate to you before the lunch break. We'll meet at 3 p.m. Once again, we have a 1-hour break. But before that, we'd like to show you the film about color chakra. Vladimir Petrovich Bakanov, Romanov, was born in Kemerovo. He graduated from the Kemerovo University Mathematical Department. He's been in a youth Theosophic group. And Bakanov has influenced his worldview significantly and on the way how the Theosophic work should be studied. And according to Edward, he drew attention to the cycles. And this film is about 10, 12 years old. So let's have a look at this film. Thank you.
В детстве вот образ индуса в челме, он был со мной. Я его не видел реально, но я представлял.
In childhood, the image of Hindu, has always been interesting to me. And once I first saw a Hindu in a beard, that's how we learned about Theosophy. We learned about the school in Kemerovo, and the secret doctrine appeared when this violet volume of Novosibirsk edition was first before my eyes. I saw the attraction to this book started, and I realized that it was my thing. This is the basis that you can use to build anything in the world that enables you to explain everything that's unexplainable. The main question is, why do we live? What do we live for? Not how we live, but what do we live for? These spiritual notions appeared out of ashes. The usual life turned into ashes for me. And everything related to this life, habits, all that became too heavy for me, and I left it all behind. This feeling never left me, and it felt that life goes by and you're not part of this life. It's the internal search for something. Although on the external you couldn't see that. I had a usual life with a mother. I couldn't even imagine that there is something higher. As for religion, I had a particular attitude to that, because atheism was very common, and I couldn't accept that. And once I touched upon the source of the knowledge, I realized that it was something that I'd been looking for a long time. It's a unique time, the unique time to implement the theosophic principles. We have enough literature to have the objective understanding of theosophy, and today we are implementing it. We were able to discover the principles that previous generations didn't pay attention to. They were not focused enough. And Helena Petrovna's books help us. Kalachakra enables you to find yourself in the times. It enables you to understand yourself. It's the path towards yourself. It's the understanding of your higher self. As for the parts of the system, they've been taken from the secret doctrine. If for someone the ideas of the secret doctrine are debatable, then Kalachakra can be debatable. But in reality, when we see that the quality of a particular period of time is based on several principles that are part of Kalachakra as a system, and then we can see how in real time it's implemented. The implementation of the system is based on the nature, and it's also based on the plane of mind, consciousness. And once we know the system, we can see that it works because this interconnection of characteristics is manifested. If you compare me 19 years ago and me with me today, there will be a huge difference because the correct knowledge gives you the correct behavior. And I felt that thanks to this knowledge, I became wiser. I started to change myself because I improved through Theosophy, through Kalachakra. The time I am in, the week of birth, the date of birth, means that the direction of the space was the direction of the soul. It was the search for the teacher, and this is the space I was born in. And Kalachakra is saying about that. And this wheel of time, you need to find yourself. This is the first discovery, and the human being finds the segment in the circle and finds his time of birth. As the astrologers say, according to the Eastern calendar, you're a dragon. We're able to find the characteristics of the month, of the hour, of lunar months, lunar days, and so on. And as a result, we can see that each person on this wheel of time has their own point, and this is your fate. You need just to go along the wheel of Kalachakra and implement all the principles. I was just invited to take part in the interview. They told me that there would be an interesting person who was going to answer the questions, and the answers are going to be very interesting. I didn't have many expectations because we already knew a lot, and I thought that I would still go there. And starting from the first moment of the meeting, when my questions have led myself to very unusual answers. When I saw the Kalachakra, when they told me that there are teachers of the humanity, that we're not alone, that there is a greater plan, like that God has a plan for you and it's evolution. And only later, when I was reading the Secret Doctrine, I met Vladimir in the library and I saw the image of Kalachakra. It was different from what we can see today, but the same circle, the same principles of Nidana, the causes of the existence, all the connections, all that could be seen there, and I saw that image, and there was nowhere else to go any further, and that was the valley of that consciousness and mind, and of that understanding on freedom that everyone is looking for. The human being has no idea about the Kala Chakra. They share information about their past, and we see that their previous past is in line with the will of time, and they didn't know about that, and who couldn't explain why they had particular meetings and events in their lives. But when we see the laws of Kala Chakra, we see that they manifest every year. In other words, it turns out that nothing comes to an end. Everything is endless. Everything that happens today in our life, everything that's negative, it seems negative to us, can relate it to work, to family life, to other things. As a result, it turns out that it is as it needs to be, and once it's over, we'll have the evolution, because evolution doesn't come to an end. There is a more global path, and it happens regardless of what is happening in your life. Whether you were disappointed with someone or not, whether you have love in your life or not, it is a flow, and it develops as it is, because in this flow there will always be something new, and that is the law. In one of our lives, we have already lived through many psychological, social, individual understandings of the essence of life, and it means that there is something that is over the state structure, the interpersonal family relations. And the system of Kala Chakra and the Eastern doctrine shows us that there is a system that reflects the whole life. It reflects the existence of human beings, regardless of their social position, the state they live in, and regardless of their knowledge of the system. So it is the illustration of the whole life. The system of Kala Chakra tells us about the laws of life, and according to these laws, everything is happening in our life. If you help evolution, if you contribute to the life starts to help you. The interesting storytelling, that is what captivates you, and this internal state, and internally you come to an agreement with that. Dalai Lama would say that Kala Chakra is the existence. There are 5 elements, and that would be the female and the male essence.
And Jigampa, a researcher who lived 1,000 years ago, we found out something about 6 areas of space. And this is the basis of the ring of time.
There are 12
The 12 causes of being have been determined as a 12-link chain.
They're not 13
not
or 11,
13, but 11, but 12.
Elements of existence, causes of existence.
Other words, this is our being.
And if you wish, in Tibetan, it is Ten Delchuk Nima.
There are 2.
Because some people don't like it when we call them
some
little
do not like
manuals.
anymore.
It can be also Nidanas. I'm interested in
It's interesting that it enables everybody to show that the universe has been, and we see that we need to impact our life. We need to say that it is our turn, and everybody can use this.
Познание ведет к истине. И истина,
And
которая...
this is the gift of knowledge, the truth which is in the color chakra. I'm totally new in this, but what I heard, I didn't understand everything. But what I said, I believe there is this wish. There was a period when very many were interested in astrology. And these archaeological issues, they became totally different aspect. And I was very much impressed by the phrase that he said, all the knowledge has come to the world already a while ago. And suddenly I determined it, but you do not yet understand what happened there. There is no understanding for it. And the causes of this, we understand, we explain them, why this comes from. And there is the 4 reasons of being. Why in every group there is a system of manifesting the principles. And there is a method. And the 60-year circle is repetition of these 3. And this is how it was manifested. Later, there is the 2nd, 3rd, and this is how we get the 12-fold cycle. The Zionism.
Что вот эти причины бытия, они находятся на плане достижимом для единиц. Это план разума и творчества, план тхьян-каганов, план богов. Многие люди жизнь проживают, не знают проявления этих признаков. И для них причин существования нет. Для них есть только феномен стихийной природы, то есть чувственного восприятия мира, на котором реализуется вот ум человеческий. Не сознание, а ум.
Каждый человек должен понимать, что мудрец делает добро так же легко, как и дышит. И я вот калачакру воспринимаю так же легко. То есть этими знаниями просто нужно научиться пользоваться человечеством.
This is how we can see the humanity.
Ваши аплодисменты.
So our applause. The film was devoted to Anatoly Bakhanov. And now there were 20 countries of the world that participated, which had the opportunity to listen and in English and to see this historical video and facts from the history of the Russian School of Theosophy, the historic school named up here in Blavatsky. And our goal is not searching for truth, but studying the truth. And the purpose is to form the Theosophical Society. Bravo, applause. And let us do what the great people told us. Let us build a new world. Let's build our own world. Let us look forward to the new hours. According to the color chakra, it corresponds to certain nidanas. And we will see the film by Oleg Martynov, part 4, The Beauty of Truth. And the beauty is the clothing of truth, part 4. And then we shall have a symposium, a round table, which is devoted to studying the secret doctrine. And see you at 3 o'clock. Goodbye.
Дорогие друзья, книги Владимира Анатольевича.
Dear friends, in the book by Anatoly Bakanov, there are only 6 such books left. You're welcome to purchase them.
Господа, усаживаемся потихонечку все в центр. Через пару минут начинается круглый
Dear
стол.
friends, dear participants, please join your seats and we are going to start our afternoon session.
Раз. Раз, раз.
Дорогие друзья, мы снова в эфире. 6-й международный Theosophical.
Dear friends, we are back, our 6th International Theosophical Congress in Nizhny Novgorod, and we would like to thank all those who could come to Nizhny Novgorod, who are here in the hall, to all who joined our direct broadcast, and greetings to you all. Thank you, dear friends. Dear friends, an important event of 2022, the beauty is the garment of truth. Elena Petrovna Blavatsky, The Final Fourth Heart by Oleg Fedorovich Martynov, the director. And Noah saw the earth, and it shuddered, and her doom was near. Noah asked Enoch, "Tell me, what is happening to earth, that the earth is so weak and shaken?" From Colonel Olcott's memories, India greeted us with a great holiday for Shiva god, Maka Shivaratri, the day of devotion. The drums and the bells and incense and mantras, Moma Namak Shivaya was sung. The legend says this holiday marks the sacred night of the spiritual union of Shiva and Parvati. The energy of the Divine Mother, Shakti energy, entered the body of Shiva, and before the astonished gaze of Parvati, Shiva begins his cosmic dance. The dance of Shiva is a creation of the universe, with creation, preservation, and destruction, and a new cycle of creation, the eternal stream. While Shiva's dancing, there is a world. That's what Madame Blavatsky told me about the great day of Shiva. Olcott recalls and continues. We already loved India for the antiquity of history, for the divine wisdom of the scriptures, and in general, we were ready to love it for nothing, just like that, with its motley mix of Asian cultures, with sadhus forever wandering in the spiritual paths, with cards of the most bizarre shapes, drawn by biblical oxen, with temples standing as guardians of the another unknown civilization in the universe. We have achieved our long-held hopes for which we have crossed so many seas and storms, and now we were standing among the barbarians dear to our hearts who know how to enjoy life. The joy of being is neither conditioned by wealth nor poverty and can arise among the most difficult conditions. A person begins to enjoy life, and perhaps not his earthly life, but real existence. From Olcott's diary, Bombay charmed us with a truly oriental exotism. But for our accommodation, we rented a house in the native part of Bombay. This house became the headquarters of the Theosophical Society for 2 whole years. Every evening, there were impromptu meetings where the most complicated issues of philosophy, metaphysics, and science were discussed. And one day, Blavatsky asked her friend Milty to get a stroller for her. She got into the carriage with Milty and told him to follow her instructions. The roads forked and ran in different directions, but Helena Petrovna never lost her way, pointing out the right turn. And finally, they stopped at some private residence. Milty knew these places, but had never heard of such an estate. Blavatsky also ordered Milty not to approach the house under any circumstances. After a while, Elena Petrovna came out, accompanied by a tall Indian of extraordinary appearance with a bouquet of roses. To Milty's question, she answered only that the stranger is an occultist with whom she maintains business relations. But there has never been any estate here. It is still not there. Your eyes are sealed with enchantments, and in addition, the habitats of the adepts are protected from uninvited guests by the illusion of elements controlled by elementals. In April 1879, Blavatsky, Olcott, and their entourage took a trip to the north of India. They visited the famous Kala caves, the cities of Kanpur, Jaipur, Allahabad, Agra, the capital of the Mughal Empire, Benares, the capital of ancient India. The journey took place under the patronage of the Master Moria and was a synthesis of exoticism, mysticism, and phenomenal events. But despite the almost fabulous pictures, we saw India filled with superstition, prejudice, and apathy to the ideas of the Theosophical Society. And Noah saw the earth, and it shuddered, and its doom was near. Noah asked Enoch, "Tell me, what's happening to earth that it is so weak and shaken?"
Из воспоминаний полковника Алкота.
From Colonel Alcott's memories, India greeted us with a great holiday in honor of Lord Shiva, the Maha Shiva Ratri. There seems to be a little technical problem.
Управляемых элементалами. В апреле 1879 года
In
Blavatsky
April 1879, Blavatsky, Olcott, and their entourage took a trip to the north of India. They visited the famous Karla caves, the cities of Kanpur, Jaipur, Allahabad, Agra, the capital of Mughal Empire, Benares, the capital of ancient India. The journey took place under the patronage of the Master Moria and was a synthesis of exoticism, mysticism, and phenomenal events. Yet, despite the almost fabulous pictures, we saw India filled with superstition, prejudice, and apathy to the ideas of the Theosophical Society. On her return to Bombay, Blavatsky wrote, "It is not surprising that Europeans doubt, but for the Hindus, the heirs of ancient philosophies, to deny yoga and mock it was the bitterest disappointment for us. And only the echo of our voice returned to us from the vast Indian void." And then she looked intently at Olcott and added, "Our course is unshakable. There can be no retreat where the divine providence began its action." By the evening of the same day, there was a letter from the Master Moria in Olcott's room. "Since you came to the conclusion that leaving your country and coming here was the act of a madman, the sooner we figure it out, the better it is for all of us. First of all, you yourself were eager to go to India, and if you are not able to withstand the first test, you are completely unfit for any further tests. The photo of your son on your desk will forever pull you back to America. There are no fathers, mothers, or children in front of the eternity we all stand at. There is only the strenuous work of liberation." Olcott successfully coped with the temptation, and both founders of the Theosophical Society enthusiastically embarked on a new idea. Monthly edition of The Theosophist, the journal, is edition by Blavatsky. The first important acquisition was a new Indian dromedar from Brahman Castle. I am an Aryan by religion, and having joined the Theosophical Society, I learned about the ancient splendor and glory of my country, the country of Aryans. I am ready to give all my strength for its revival. Damodar moved to the headquarters of the Theosophical Society and since then lived with Olcott and Blavatsky. He regularly wrote articles to the Theosophist, and the first one introduced the term Mahatma instead of Himalayan brothers. The leading representatives of Indo-British society responded vividly to the new ideas of the century, and a good seed fell on the pleasant soil. Who are the sowers? They are the representatives of the Grand Lodge. It was their fiery wave that ignited human hearts. It was them, the sons of fire, who proclaimed the truth in the world religion in the past, present, and future, helping to find new light, fresh hope, and strong consolation. Who now remembers the great lords of Atlantis? These are their words inscribed on stone tables. You who will show your face here, and if your mind will understand, you'll ask, who are we? Who are we? Ask the dawn, ask the forest, ask the wave, ask the storm, ask love, ask the earth, the land of suffering, and the beloved land. Who are we? We are the earth.
Simla, летняя
Simla is the summer capital of the British authorities. From Olcott's memoirs, we reached Kalka by train, and after a 5-hour stop, continued the journey to Simla, first in palanquins and then in a cart on springs, and soon we found ourselves in the hospitable home of our good friends, the Synods. Alfred Percy Synod is the editor of the government newspaper, The Pioneer. Alan Octavian Hume, a former government minister, ornithologist, having joined the Theosophical Society, he sent telegrams to his assistants with the order, "Stop catching birds." These two people contributed immensely in spreading the ideas of the Theosophical Society in India. Blavatsky spent more than a month in the Synod's house, and one day, Synod asked her, would she agree to deliver his letter to the Himalayan brothers? "I don't promise, but I will try." The answer came from Master Kuthumi. As soon as Mr. Synod feels the urge to write to the Master M, he can take action. M will always answer him, for Mr. Synod has a genuine spark in him, which no brandy can extinguish, and which from time to time will flash with a bright light. Thus began the famous correspondence with the Himalayan brothers. 1,300 pages of these letters are now kept in the rare manuscripts department of the British Museum. From Olcott's memoirs about phenomena, Blavatsky willingly responded to requests for a demonstration of miracles. One day, a professor at Benares College addressed her. "Mrs. Blavatsky, the pundits say that in ancient times there were yogis who could do amazing things, for example, to cause a rain of roses in the room." And before he could finish, Blavatsky jumped up in her chair. "Is that what they're saying right now? And no one can do that? Well, I'll show them." And muttering something, she waved her hand imperiously, and a dozen of roses fell on the heads of those present. She added, "Are you children that you crave miracles so much? There are no miracles. There is only one or another degree of knowledge. But in this universe, nothing is given for free. One has to pay a high price for genuine knowledge. And the price is your life." And the warrior goes along this path, clutching his courage with both hands, and delighted. One thanks for such an honor, embracing everything in his path with love and gratitude. Blavatsky spent the whole of 1880 in continuous travels around the cities of India in order to create branches of the Theosophical Society. Exhausting trips, Indian heat, and dampness undermined her health. Elena Petrovna got sick. In a letter to her family, she writes, "My blood has turned into water, seeps out, forming bags like a kangaroo. I feel like I'm dying. Irritability and working 26 hours a day are killing me. And one day I will become a corpse before the Theosophical Society will exclaim with disapproval, 'Oh, the master could tell me to Synod. Now I am near Etcheling. The master Moria has to bring the old lady here, otherwise he will lose her forever.' Moray himself also writes to Synod. She is so ill that, as in America in 1877, I had to take her away for fear that she would fall to pieces. M took her away, first to Darjeeling and then to Sikkim, to the ashram of teachers. Elena Petrovna writes in a letter to Synod, "Oh, blessed days, just like in the old days, the same hut, the same majestic panorama of Kanchenjunga, the same silent yellow house, the indistinguishable pipe of my master, and the familiar sweet voice of your good Humin." Elena Petrovna was healed. All signs of bright illness have disappeared, and she had to leave again. "Yes, I'm afraid you must, because the beauty yours is captivating," joked the Master Moria. Even before the beginning of December 1882, Elena Petrovna returned to Bombay. On the 7th, everyone celebrated the 7th anniversary of the founding of the Theosophical Society. A banner with the symbol 39 was raised, which meant creation of 39 branches of the Theosophical Society. 10 days later, on December 17, the founders and household Damodar, Babula, the column couple whom Blavatsky sheltered in Egypt, and two four-legged friends of the dog, Jean and Pathi, took off from their home place of Crow's Nest and went to Madras. They arrived at the house with columns standing on the bank of the Adyar River, on the outskirts of the city. The house was bought for 9,000 rupees and became the new headquarters of the Theosophical Society. This is what it looked like at the time in the drawings made by George. Elena Petrovna settled on the second floor. She wrote to her family, "It's a miracle. How good it is here. What nights, what a wonderful silence, what an air. I sit and write and look at the ocean, brilliant, boundless, as if alive." Elena Petrovna spent the whole 1883 at the headquarters in Adyar. And for this year, her writing takes up more than 700 pages. Books have been written: Religion of the Future, Pantheism and Morality, Karma, The Power of Healing, Transmigration of the Atoms of Life, Projection of the Double, The Sevenfold Principle in Esotericism, The Soul of Things, The Science of Life, and others. In the book The Science of Life, Blavatsky writes, "Occultism is the art of life, where the highest joy is combined with compassion. Sadness is always present in us. She is quiet and inconspicuous." And the evening came. The sun hasn't set yet. Earth's day was ending. And soon the veil of night will descend on your path. From the depths of 20 centuries came the words of the Italian poet Dante. "Midway upon the journey of your life, I found myself within a forest dark. The time was the beginning of the morning, and up the sun was mounting with those stars that with him were at time the love divine."
таинственные вибрации.
Mysterious vibrations of the fading day brought Yelena back from the shadows of the past. Midway upon her early path, she summed up the results of her life. Her life was marked by force and violence. Her service to the higher principle left her no choice. This is the road of no return, but she couldn't say goodbye to the old world, for this world was her field of activity, and the world where she once took the first steps to freedom. It seems to everyone that I'm terminally ill. Oh my God, if they could send someone from Russia, I would really like to see and hear a Russian person before I die. I'm starting to miss Russia, and I really want to see my country again. I don't have long to live. The scabbard is too worn, and now they're completely torn. The teachers have healed me more than once, but now they don't have time to bother with me. My boss ordered Alcott to take me to the south of France, and I have to live here again. Yes, I'm afraid you must, smiled teacher Moria. What happened once will happen again. On February the 20th, 1884, the founders of the Theosophical Society and their entourage boarded the steamer Chandernagor with an Indian crew on board, and the steamer headed for Europe. Blavatsky was leaving India forever, but she didn't know that yet.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, dear Congress delegates,
Dear delegates
all
of the
those who
conference,
have joined the
dear
direct
friends, everyone who
translation and
joined
are
us.
here today.
Oleg
Oleg
Martinov, I know
Martinov,
that you're
I know
here.
that you
I know
are
that
here
you're
online
live.
now,
You
that you
were
have
able to
been
watch
watching
the
the first show of
premiere
this
of your
film.
film. We thank
And
you
we express deepest
for
gratitude to
your
you for this work,
work,
for this
for this reflection. And this film is so deep that all of us were together with Helena Blavatsky, and it was thanks to you. Thank you so much. A round of applause to you.
Вот такое погружение, которое сейчас произошло, я думаю, оно отразилось в сердце каждого.
And all that was reflected in our hearts. The sound, those sounds of leaves, all that was very true to life. It's a genius kind of work. And the genius of Martinov is no coincidence because it was implemented in the times when this necessity of reaching the secret doctrine took place, the necessity of studying her doctrine and theosophy and getting into this flow is what predetermines the consciousness, the mind of the genius. Oleg, thank you very much once again. Dear friends, and we continue. And we have one of the major points of the Congress, the scientific symposium, the round table, the secret doctrine, book of the, and we are studying the volume 1, stanza 1, shloka 5. The mediator is Vladimir Yary, head of the Moscow School of Theosophy.
Да, на сегодняшний день вот у нас мысль дня.
Well, the thought of the day, according to Blavatsky, is the following. She says,
Об уме надо судить не по умным речам,
we need to
но по мудрым поступкам.
think about the mind by the wise deeds. This is the thought of the day. And I'm going to show you the comparison of nidans.
Колеса благого закона.
The wheel of the law.
Эпоха у нас, я уже рассказывал вам, да, Водолея.
We are living in the epoch of Aquarius. Hierophant of the sector of the constellation is the blue monkey. The blue monkey, the monkey is the symbol of beauty, and the blue symbolizes the element of air. So it's the cognitive abilities of human being, the thinking abilities. The epoch of Aquarius tells us about the creation of the astral complete body that is able to enter thin layers, the astral world, but the highest level of it, or the astral light, if you like. This epoch is in front of the constellation of Lion, of Leo. There we can see the hierarchy of various creatures, the teachers of humanity. According to this will, the will of gods that are reflected in the plane of the materials in the constellation of the Virgo, there we can see the powers that are able to create new germs of consciousness. These are the Libra constellations, and this will of God's helps us to individualize our reflection. In other words, it's the space gives us the sign that each of us, through our own activities, should manifest our creative force, our individual kind of force. And in order for it to be possible, we needed to accept these sacred powers. And right now, this is the year of the black tiger, and it tells us that it is the birth of the new spiritual human being, with all the potency of those powers that were acquired by the free will. Without discipline, it was not possible to do that. And in order to create new astral body, you need discipline. Discipline makes our will just. It makes it courageous. It makes us ready for great deeds. So this is the epoch of Aquarius that we're entering. It enables us to understand why we are entering it. We're changing our desires. They are of the high level for the common good. And we follow the will of your God. In other words, we respect other people, and by respecting other people, we can cooperate. This epoch of cooperation is the epoch that we're living in. We are uplifting our fiery nature, our thought, spiritual thought, and thus we are able to update our astral body. The age is the age of the white dragon. The symbol of the white dragon tells us about the complete wisdom. The color, the white color, tells us about the condensation, or about the possibility to implement ideas or achieve the goal that we are trying to reach. This age, we have this possibility, so we can manifest, or rather we can express wisdom. We can implement the tasks for each day, and by doing so we can implement the idea of self-improvement. And just the opposite, we can see the white dog. It's the symbol of the month. The month and the age reflect each other. And in order to understand the notion of wisdom and to implement it, to express it, we need the personality. The dog symbolizes as Nidana, the personality that is strong, and the strength should be directed in the right way. It should be stable. The worldview should be stable, and it can be stable only when we have applied discipline to our personality. Without discipline, there wouldn't be any wisdom expressed. The week is the week of the red goat. The red goat is in the ray of time, and the whole week we're talking about this. We've been talking about this time, the quality of this time, its properties, and what we can do with our nature in order for the quality of time to improve. Our thought should be uplifted, and only then the time and its quality improves. And for that, we need the love of the spirit, and go to the symbol of that. In front of the goat, we have Yama, God, the fiery Taurus that tells us about the implementation of love of the spirit. If this implementation takes place, then the human being becomes the winner. He wins over Yahweh, God. He becomes endless. The understanding of the laws of time, the absolute laws, makes us endless. The days of the red monkey, and that's very important. Yesterday we had love, but today we have the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey is the symbol of Kundalini Shakti. It's the force that is in the form of the snake. It's at the foundation of the spine, and we need to strengthen up and uplift this snake. But in front of it, there is a tiger, the fiery tiger. It is the joy. We needed to be born in the spirit. The symbol of the tiger is the birth. If we are born within the symbol, the Kundalini snake is uplifted, and the centers, they are in harmony within us. And the internal human being is no more than nothing else but consciousness and mind. And I'd like to point out that here we are looking at the wheel of time that symbolizes the human being. Those are you, not the external form that we have. We're talking about the consciousness. Theosophy is always about the consciousness. If we draw parallels from consciousness, if we think according to the consciousness of human beings, not the forms, not the feelings, not the desires, then according to this image, you will, with the help of this image, you'll be able to find the right approach to study yourself, because you will study the human being or the consciousness that develops according to particular rules and laws. The 12 nidanas are the reasons and causes. What do we need to learn? The reasons, origins of existence. Each nidana has those reasons. If we are born in a particular nidana, we can find ourselves, and in accordance with this nidana, we can see our purpose. What shall we adapt to? What shall we develop in ourselves? I was born in the blue goat. The blue goat symbolizes yesterday. Kriya Shakti is its force, and it's the force of a clear thought, which is born only when there's selfless love. Towards what? Towards the absolute truth, the absolute laws. And they have the darkness of the soul as well, which is the cause of suffering. But for me not to suffer, we need to strive towards the absolute truth. And if my striving to the absolute truth exists, then it means that I implement the karma, my law, the law of my free will. And by doing so, I am in line with the law of life and the law of death. And by doing so, I am able to become reborn. It's the second birth. Each of us can find their own principle, and according to that, we can know for sure what we are and who we are. So let's look at stanza 1, shloka 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for father, mother, and son were once more one, and the son had not awakened yet for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. It's amazing. I've already told you the traveling around this wheel, but it didn't exist because father, mother, and son were once more one. They were in the darkness for the consciousness, for the mind. Our mind is the darkness. And in this darkness, there were three. For those who understand it, it is light. For those who are learning, it's semi-darkness. It's the twilight zone. So let's... thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. Dear friends, so we're starting the scientific symposium, shloka 5, stanza 1, Zion. Today we have a scientific and research group All the speakers are here. They will present the materials, comments regarding this shloka. In online format, we have Mr. Uhan Juan, the PhD in philosophy, humanitarian sciences. So Frank Reiter-Meyer, the researcher. Also we have Taken Brigitte, Theosophical Society of France, Lodge of Blavatsky, Michelina Foster, California. The fifth shloka, the first stanza says, darkness alone filled the boundless soul for father, mother, and son, though once more one. And the son had not awakened yet, for the new
the mother
will
and the son
his
were united
pilgrimage.
to the
Therefore,
new way of the which is there. And preliminarily, I would like to clarify the following issue. When we prepared this Congress and the timetable, we have the prologue, first stanza, first shloka, second, third, fourth, etc. Of course, I did not know then that the Congress, the sixth Congress in Nizhny Novgorod, will be devoted to Mr. Bakanov, and that we shall be studying time, the time chakra, and the wheel. And before the beginning of preparing for the Congress, 6 months before, there was a thought of devoting the round table to the study of time. And I believe that the secret doctrine was there, that we did not get it. And it was my surprise when I looked at the release, how does it work along the sequence? And it turned out that it itself is time. This is how energy acts. And we do not do this on purpose. We move on in a Congress. And it is, we did not really need to change the symposium. So we will facilitate this issue. It is a unique event of 2020. And it is makes sense to discuss the issues from the first to the fifth shloka. So we concentrate on the materials of the secret doctrine. And from the first shloka to the 15th. The pre-mother who gives birth from her shrouds. This was the first shloka. There was no time. It was in the in time, in the inside of it. And there was the third shloka goes. And there was nobody for the birth of suffering. So here we form in this the fifth shloka when the darkness filled the infiniteness. Why? Because Father, Mother, and Son were united. What does it mean? We understand that it is a certain time period which contains, and these cycles of the Pralamantara, as long as Manvantara goes on. Today, Mr. Rashupkin and in my presentation, and our speakers who spoke yesterday, there was the idea of this, how it works towards each other. There is the force of love or magnet. It is great love. Two great love, the principles, the maternal and paternal principles. And it is the new content which helped us move in the sequence of cycles. But the same happens in the universe when it is created. And this acts during a period of time and length, longevity. And it shows a unity of father and mother, and once again the continuation of eternal cycles of time and the sequence of the Pralaya Manvantara. And the sun did not yet had not yet awakened for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. The sun is the ray, the third movement, the third logos. And we can speak about the mind and creation, about the chakra which predetermines the notion and the travel in this area, all this idea. In this concept, if we view it, we can make an understanding that the sun is the wheel, actually. The wheel is the beginning of this time. The sun is who determines the time for the cycle. He had not appeared yet, because it was still the Pralaya time, the first station. The whole first station is the Pralaya. The second stanza is the continuation of Pralaya. The third stanza is what focuses on the unity of the first through stanza. What for? For one critical point, the central point, which is where we start counting from. Counting what? Time. An amazing mystery in the third shloka, when differentiation starts. But for this, we need to still live to this. So when we are in the vibration of the first stanza, we understand that it did not happen yet. More than once in our workshops, we mentioned that in studying the secret doctrine, we need systematicism. What does systematicism give us? First of all, the planes of being. Do you see everything? According to the planes of being, it's very easy. We have already discussed it today, that the first stanza is focused here, in the very beginning. It's the most divine energy, very delicate. But when we mention this word, the holy word, we take off this stupor of stupefying, and we manifest our imagination. We understand that what happens there is what will be manifested. Any thought will be sooner or later materialized. Now this thought was easy. It should start, the Manvantara should begin. Who begins this? The Manvantara, the sun. Practically, we speak about the secret color chakras. It did not wake up for the traveling in this wheel. And this is why we can say how it's going to happen. And this is how it will be. There will be a full reflection of the non-manifested and the manifested. When during full manifestation, it will shine with all these truths. And this plane, the plane of mind and creativity, will give birth to this sun. It is called the plane of reason. And we can say that the sun, who did not come for the traveling along this new wheel, it is still covered by these shrouds. It is not yet manifested. And the universal mind has not yet reflected in the inner being of the person. If we keep this in mind, think how strong the human mind will be when human mind can be reflected in the inner mind or in the notion which is concealed by the mind, and a human becomes divine. We see it not only in Yelena Blavatskaya's works, Dostoevsky, Pushkin, Tolstoy mentioned in their works, and many other people who knew what they were talking about, people who created a genius master work called an Ode to God. Now, in this point, the second plane, the divine plane, is where the monadic internal notion is gathered. When we speak about the fifth shloka, we shall know what to speak about for these three, mother, father, and son. They have gathered in the inner part, in the internal point. This is the magical concealed part. This stays in the concealed space. Let us see, where is it reflected? Where can we see it? And if we move further on, it sees its reflection. The tetragrammaton. Here it goes. Here is the plane of our manifestations. Now look how this happens. Here's the triangle on the top, which symbolizes the triangle going to the top. It is the Trinity. It needs to turn over. It needs to fall. 3 falls into 4. It turned totally over, and it went into a more dense state of matter. And here it was created. It was a critical point which united these two. Now the next issue, the third component. If we speak about Father, Mother, and Son, it's the plane of images. And here is the face of the Sphinx. Here is the program. Brahma does not begin evolution. In other issues, it hints that the Pata Brahma is not manifested, Brahma or Brahman. There are different translations, but the state of this notion is the same. Now Brahma is manifested. Now, if we view it in this context, Brahma begins evolution on the plane of the pre-image, gathering here this point, this wonderful foursome of light. Here it just becomes the Fahad, and this is a full reflection of Fahad on the physical plane where we are. This is our universe, our sun. This is what will wake up on the wheel in this eternal traveling along the wheel. It is limited in time of this world, but in the non-manifested image, it will be limited here. In the Tumavrakti, in the Akashi state of the first aspect, the internal form is endless. And this is how, by similar images, we can mention this. And this is how we can describe the fifth shloka. Here are several thoughts. And we can continue. I can keep talking for a long time, but I would like to hear other opinions. And I would like to pass on the word to Sergei Franzuzov, a doctor of historical sciences, St. Petersburg. Applaud. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours. I apologize for having interjected, but this is really important. I would like to pay attention to the following. The original language of the secret doctrine is English. With all respect to Yelena, during translation there are always some nuances. And here I would like to draw attention to the fact that when we say the traveling, it is more of a pilgrimage in English. In Russian, this traveling cannot have a purpose or a goal. It can be like wandering, while pilgrimage is an intent movement towards a certain goal. It's a cycle. This is what I would like to pay attention to. It is a pilgrimage. It's like when pilgrims go, Christian or Buddhist pilgrims, they know where they're going, what for, what's the way they're following. Of course, they are travelers, but it's a different kind of traveling than when a person just wanders around. Thank you very much. Yes, we know the translation of the English doctrine, and as when Helena Rarick wrote that it is traveling, she meant something totally different. I'm not arguing, I'll just like to clarify. What is a pilgrimage? A pilgrimage predetermines the physical form. A pilgrimage is something of a sacrifice. There is a notion which pre-envisages the movement of the pilgrim, of their life. It's to pay homage to something. Here, when we say, what is stanza 1? There is no mind as yet. there was only the darkness. And we're speaking about the absolute principle. There is no mind. It has not been born yet. So Yelena chooses this notion of traveling, of being on one's way. Who are wanderers in this aspect? There is a certain eternity. There was what differs light from darkness? It is light. There's no different notion. When light appears, we have this is how it works. In this context, we have this idea of traveling, which predetermines a non-manifested condition. This non-manifested state in mind, which will be manifested later. And this issue is very important. In this case, this manifestation, it's not paying homage to some object or something like that. It's not a pilgrimage. You know who we pay homage to? To the non-manifested first absolute, to themselves. It is absolutely reflected. This object does not exist yet. It reflects in itself. It is the state of absolute light. So Yelena, under the leader of Mahatma M, translated the doctrine. It is the best translation. In order to understand the difference from the word-by-word translation, and we had such an experience. We read the secret doctrine in a word-by-word translation. Who was it who wrote the last secret doctrine that gives the translation? Who was this? Mr. Bazyukin was the translator. It's just impossible to read him. It does not make sense. There are no words, there are no nuances which show all the peculiar features of this traveling, no spirituality. It's a technocratic language. It is imageless, as Vladimir hints. And I see that a person with PhD in mathematical sciences, Mr. Tsurley, who graduated from the Moscow State University, would like to say something. Graduated from Flying Colors. What would you like to say? I'd just like to clarify a bit. In fact, the word pilgrimage has another meaning in English. The second meaning is the course of life, the way of earth alive. So at the blend of these notions, sometimes pilgrimage is translated as traveling in order to pay homage to a religious object. And this is already similar to wandering or nomads. And the translator could afford this. So the difference in translations from ancient, from English to Russian exists in the first shlokas, in the first stanzas. For example, we speak about the eternal parent, while in the Russian version, it is the mother who is giving birth. But later, in the later shlokas, it is the parent. It is something universe, something in between father and mother. And Yelena also clarifies this. So she keeps this in mind. She did not make the parent a mother consciously. So there are certain nuances. And we need to have our own understanding in this. Yes, we need to have a systemic understanding. You know, when we build the foundation of the system, and you know for sure at which plane is the fifth shloka and stanza, then you can think. And at this scientific symposium, we have been thinking. Nothing has been added to the light to make it secret, to make it darkness at our light, and nothing is added to darkness to make it light. Then what? How does it start? And when this sun will happen? Because all of this has an evolutionary need of the cycle. This is an answer to this. As soon as we get the evolution need of the mandala cycle, nothing is added either to light or to darkness. This is the notion of bowing down to oneself, the most clear and when we speak about Earth. So this is the evolutionary need. We would like to listen to Sergei Rashupkin, PhD, St. Petersburg.
Dear colleagues, so I would like to start with the conception of time in accordance with the modern physics. So starting from the ancient Greeks, how we understood time, well, I can say, is vague. I want to remind you that our civilization understands reality with abstractions. Our mind creates abstracts, and time is also an abstract. Time is the frequency, as we call it physics. So time is a concept that is can be tied to any cyclical concept. It's not just movement, because movement can be linear and it has no ties with time. You know that the human body, every part of your body, your heart, for example, has its own frequency, and your aura has 7 chakras, each of which has its own frequency of movement. A healthy person is a harmonious person, and all of your frequencies are in harmony. And when you are sick, this harmony is disrupted. A difficult question. Some people say that time exists, while others claim that no, it doesn't exist. Why do we have this dichotomy? I'm not disagreeing with HPB, but at some critical points of your life, the time seems to slow down, stop even. And any clairvoyant, at time when it understands everything, claims that it's like time has slowed down. And many people say that there is no time after death. Yeah, this is correct. But when there is no time, there is no physical cycle. And when a person moves to another cycle of time, to a higher frequency, when you understand the world, you trespass, you exceed your own mind, you go to a higher frequency. And those physical frequencies in the material world are really slow at that point. And then a clairvoyant person understands the world at a different frequency. And if you allow me to say, yesterday we had a foreign speaker that said that at the moment of death, a moment before your death, you can see your whole life run before your eyes. This tells that the time just becomes unclear. It stops. Why does it happen? Spontaneous. Why do you spontaneously see your whole life before your eyes at the moment of death? Well, esoteric literature has an answer. Really, when you come into contact with other people, you exchange energies that come through your belly button. And over the course of your life, your aura extracts and sees different auras of animals, and parts of your aura are left with other people that you meet throughout your life. So when you die, what you see is the energy you've collected throughout your life. And that's when you come to a new plane of existence. But of course, this process can be absolute. Archimedes, for example, said that you need to reflect on your life before you go to sleep. So I would like to thank all the participants of the Congress and our organizers. This was great. Unfortunately, I have to go because I have a train to catch. I hope we'll meet soon again, and especially at the 7th Congress in Moscow. Thank you. Sergei Pavlovich, thank you. And we continue our scientific symposium. Now, you'll hear Mr. Hwang. Hwang, you're here. Please share your opinion about this stanza.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, friends. We are talking about stanza 1, sloka 5. The very important idea is in the concept of darkness. I think in scientific world, there's a big dilemma today. You know, the supernova, which is which called 1A, it was observed explosion. So supposedly based on the theory of general relativity, it will be speed decreasing. I mean, with the expanding, but with the deceleration. But they observed, it keep accelerating. So it is a dilemma with the theory of Newtonian gravity. So they introduced another concept. That is the dark matter and the dark energy. So dark energy, they attract the exploding matters from the supernova. So the keep acceleration, it works, but there is nothing information about the dark matter or dark energy. We don't know. Only thing we know is that it has a gravity. So today, if there is no dark matter, we have to throw away the theory of gravitation, Newtonian theory. Also, we have to throw away the theory of general relativity. But we don't know about the dark matter. We don't know about nothing. Never. We don't know, no observation, no information about dark matter, dark energy. But we know in the theosophical area, we know the darkness. I don't know the relation darkness and dark matter, but we have a concept of darkness concept. This is maybe give some clue about the dark matter. So in secret doctrine, which is sloka 5, today's title, stanza 1, we know about the darkness. It says the root of the world, or the absolute being resident of absolute being. Absolute being is equal to God in Christianity. So if we died, we go back, our soul go back to darkness. We call the paranishpanna. Our body, yesterday I told about that. Our body has no essence, right? So our body may be changed to another thing, but our soul goes back to the darkness after died. So the concept of the darkness is very important. It is a universal. Our soul all together. Just 5 minutes ago, some doctor said about that the English version of a secret doctrine, Russian version of secret doctrine, something like that. he said, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is our soul. Our soul is universal. The same. So in this stanza and fifth sloka, I hope we think deeply more every time. Whenever we get up in the morning, we listen to bird songs, something like that. That's a soul. That's like our soul. So in our seminar team and the Theosophical area people, we focus on our souls. My major is physics, but physics has no essence. Yesterday I said, no essence. Our soul is more important. Your soul is more important. So we think deeply more about the darkness, concept of darkness. This is why important the stanza 1, sloka 5th. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Господин Хванг, огромное спасибо.
Mr. Hwan, thank you. Your opinion was really important to us. We have comments from Vladimir Yary, Moscow, Russia. The question of darkness, when it comes to HPV, she has already described it in the stanza 1, shloka 5. She can help us. She helps us understand what is darkness. There are 3 examples.
Do you want to answer about that? She mentions as the Paranishpan.
So for them, darkness is. So darkness for the mind and your senses is the darkness. And the same goes for scientists when we talk about the dark matter. But maybe that's not true, because the darkness is the absolute light. And if that's true, for the person who studies, for a clairvoyant, this is the absolute light. And for the person who hasn't yet studied it well, it's just in afternoon. So like Buddha told us that the darkness comes from our unknowing. And HPP, so darkness basically describes the light for us. So thank you very much. We would like to hear comments from our partner and friend from France, Paris, Brigitte Taquin. Please, Brigitte, are you here?
Yeah.
We would like to hear your opinion on this matter.
On this, on the idea of darkness, I mean, we're talking about darkness, which could be understood as the absence of light. And we don't know quite what light is. So about Paranishpana, we see in the Secret Doctrine, the condition, page 53, the condition of Paranishpana without Paramartha, a self-analyzing consciousness, Swasam Vedana, is no bliss, but simply extinction for 7 eternities. And she says further, it is only with a mind clear and undarkened by personality and an assimilation of the merit of manifold existences devoted to being in its collectivity, the whole living and sentient universe, that one gets rid of personal existence, merging into, becoming one with the absolute and continuing in full possession of Paramartha. So in a note on the same page, say, hence non-being is absolute being in esoteric philosophy. In the tenets of the latter, even Adi Buddha, first of or primeval wisdom, is, while manifested, in one sense an illusion, Maya, since all the gods, including Brahma, have to die at the end of the age of Brahma. The abstraction called Parabrahm alone, whether we call it Ein Sof or the unknowable, being the one absolute reality, the one secondless existence, is Advaita, without a second, and all the rest is Maya, teaches the Advaita philosophy. So, about darkness, I don't know, there could be a lot of things to say, but also about light, about time. Time and space start at the third logos. The mind of the human being is connected to that third logos. We have a mind because we live in time and space. So to try to imagine what is beyond is very difficult, but not impossible, according to secret doctrine. So we have to get rid of all the elements that our mind has gathered during thousands of incarnations, and to have an idea of that, how suppose it, to possess Paramartha. That's all I have to say for a moment on that theme.
Дорогая Бриджит, огромное спасибо, что особенно спасибо.
Dear Bridget, thank you very much. And thank you for living at some point at the Secret Doctrine and sharing your feeling, your perception of how you feel, what you feel about the darkness and about the third logos, etc. Let us not skip burn the steps. So since we are in the first stanza, we are talking about the beginning of the first logos, which is not manifested yet. And now I would like to listen to the feedback on the first stanza, first sloka by Sergei Vitalyevich Kolganov, Associate Professor of Philosophy Chair, Moscow State Aviation University, Moscow. The floor is yours. Dear friends, I would like to quote the sloka, "Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for Father, Mother, and Son were once more one, and the Son had not awakened yet for the new will and his pilgrimage thereon." Well, as for me, I'm thinking why the Son goes again and again back to this world of the conditioned existence. Why does it happen? What for? Of course, not only for sleeping. And as strange as it might seem, the answers to these questions we might find in Nikolai Alexandrovich Berdyayev's works, who was saying that the cult of sacred, of the saint that was so important for Russia and the Russian culture, which was necessary to our compatriots to save themselves in order to plunge back to the darkness, fortunately. Yet we had to add to this cult of something sacred, the cult of genius. We had to save ourselves, but come to an end being a genius. This is the ideal of the Russian idea, Russian person, two in one. It's like Lomonosov and Sergei Radonежский, the saint person. It's Mendeleev and Serafim Sarovsky, two in one, saint and genius. Lomonosov and Mendeleev are needed, of course, not only the saint. Why? Because from the point of view of philosophical concept by Erdaev, there is divine nothing, which is primordial even in relation to God. And this divine nothing, chaos or darkness is the warrant of the self-expression of everything. If it did not exist, there would be only cycles of repeating of the same things. So accordingly, a human being, while developing, while existing in this material world, the human being, a man, should manifest his creative abilities. We can find similar ideas that Max Handel, the author of cosmological concept of horizon crisis, who writes that during the whole process of evolution, all periods of globes, races, those who do not improve themselves, do not evolve, start to fall behind and degenerate. Only those who are flexible, plastic, those who try to adapt to new forms, corresponding to the new boundaries of the expanding consciousness, they are bound to survive and evolve and exist and continue their way. The progress is not only development, not only involution and evolution. There is a third factor, creating triad, which is involution, evolution, and epigenesis, which means that the shape was filled by the evolution spirit, entered it with involution, yet the means for development and improvement is epigenesis. In order to become independent creator of the future, for a man it is needed to be broad in his studies, become a personality, become an individual, not only imitator. And the pioneers in science always face the factor of epigenesis, which is present in different spheres of nature. Thank you very much, Sergei Vitalyevich Kolganov, Moscow, Russia. And now I would like to point out a little point. You started your speech with the question, why the sun would get born again? Why would he move? Why? What for? What is the purpose of it? I can answer this question. To complete. If the beginning of evolution is the beginning of Manvantara and the wandering, the pilgrimage started, it should be finished in order to pass to the new cycle. Otherwise, there is no sense if something is not completed. That's why there is a great beginning and the great ending. When does it happen? When all these three elements, which you enumerated, evolution, involution, and the third one that Yelena Petrovna didn't write about, epigenesis, they get together in order to complete, because then we understand, then there is one notion, evolution, and those two which separates it, as the time separates eternity. They are its part. Thank you very much. Let me invite to share his opinion one person very special to us, Frank Meitermeyer, Germany, Berlin. Dear Frank, could you share your feedback on Sloka 5, stanza 1? You're welcome. I'm sorry, dear Frank, could you please switch on your microphone? The interpreter couldn't hear. Thank you.
Фрэнк, дорогой, включи, пожалуйста, микрофон. Тебя не слышно. Спасибо.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you wonderfully.
Okay. What is interesting to me is that the threefold power, which is described here as Father, Mother, Son, that reminds me to the Christian scheme of Trinity. But the Christian scheme is now not Father, Mother, Son, but Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. So there is a change here, which may be important for all people who are interested in the history of religions and Christianity. And what is important that what is connected to darkness is also the concept of the central sun. There is a central sun which is probably beyond all other concepts. And this concept of central sun is only dealt a little bit in the secret doctrine, but it is mentioned there. And that would be another point of interest for further research. That is all at the moment.
Господин Майтермейер, огромное спасибо за ваш
Dear Frank, thank you very much for your feedback, for your comment. It was very interesting to hear. Of course, there is certain beauty in it and what is written. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Turli, who graduated from the Moscow State University of International Relations, the Faculty and Institute of the European Studies. And I would like him to comment on what has just Frank told us. Frank is a representative of the European country with Christian tradition. Europe was the place where the contemporary Theosophy was founded. Now we are talking about the New World Order. Yet we should remember the origins. It is very interesting that Frank exactly brought the subject of the Christian Trinity. It's logical and wonderful. There are many other parallels, not in these local comments by Elena Petrovna. Yet at different levels, this Trinity could be followed. This Father unmanifested, Mother half manifested, Son, and we can find the parallels with the Kabbalah and principles of not manifested, the not manifested that we cannot talk about, that we can only think apothetically through neglection, as it is the tradition in this kind of culture. And other synonyms, Adi Buddha, that was mentioned to the doctrine of Sabhava, that Yelena Petrovna tells about in the further stances, the same unmanifested principle. Some researchers call faith this unmanifested principle, and Yelena Petrovna wrote about it as well. What drew my attention is what happens from the moment where the three were one. What happens after we see that then the secret doctrine unrolls, but there is also theogenesis as appendix to the secret doctrine, and there is the continuation of this situation. And it's interesting to know that there is a sloka that the great mother called for the father and told, all my endeavor of previously rejected son is completed, and now I'm going back to you. And he, the son, will reign over my of the peoples, and then the gate between two worlds close, evolutionary predefined for the man. Because of this gate, for some time the man was all alone and had no connection with the higher worlds. But at some point, the man should realize that this higher triad, higher trinity exists, and follow the will of avatar of evolution. When he obeys this higher willpower of avatar, then there will be cooperation with the higher planes, and the circle will go to its completion. Of course, we can talk about the physical existence or global unmanifested father, the mother and son, and the Christian Trinity. We can find it in many different cultures and synonyms and traditions, European, of course, including all this was mentioned, and I think this is very interesting. I have a little comment. Let me. Yes, I have a little comment. Igor Vladimirovich opinion. Now he mentioned theogenesis. Yes, there is the point that the mother says, I complete the creation, the gates are open. What does it mean? In fact, at this moment, she does not complete. She just transfers. She transfers her function. She completed her endeavor and she transfers. What did she transfer when she talks about the completion? She transferred the light of the mind, consciousness. You know, when something gets unclear in comments or your own research, there is one source that you should refer to, and there is always an exact description of something that you didn't understand. And the source is Agni Yoga. This is the culmination of Mahatma teachings, the inner content of the secret doctrine, which makes everything clear, explains everything. And this point can be defined. When does it happen? When the pilgrim, full with forces, has the forces to continue the pilgrimage or the way. This pilgrim, the light, he didn't take anything that didn't belong to him. He didn't distort intentions. He led the events of the goodness of space. He led the mother. He freed the forces of Tian Kogans the law is so hard, and possessed his only possessions at that moment. Which possessions did he have? The light. What light is it? It is the sun or the mind, and this is the only possessions that we may have and talk about. And this is a very interesting turn, as in the first stanza of the fifth sloka, and very interesting that you mentioned this, because I was not going to talk about it, yet it just went so good with the matters we're talking about. It's wonderful. Thank you. Now I would like to listen to the feedback by Mr. Khmurkin, Moscow, Russia, our young researcher. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Well, I have so many thoughts and insights during our discussion. I'm just thrilled, and I don't know if I have enough time to express it all. Well, to continue what was said at the beginning of our discussion, we talked about time. Sergei Pavlovich Proshubkin also mentioned the time, but directly in this text, the time is not mentioned. Here, what will help us? The language and some linguistic thoughts. Well, we see Kalachakra calendar quite regularly, and Kalachakra in Sanskrit has two parts, Kala and Chakra. Chakra means wheel, and Kala with long R in the beginning means time. And talking about Kala or time, I would like to say a couple of words. In Sanskrit, there are two kinds of Kala, with a short R and with a long sound R. And these words are close in their origins, because maybe one word came out of another. When we're talking about the short version, we mean something not very clear, something not very defined, but a long sound word, which is the hair of this unclarity, has a different meaning and is translated as black or dark or something of a darker shade, maybe dark blue or any dark color, which also means certain dullness and subtle gloom and something dark. And that's what was said before, that it's totally unclear whatever we say about time. This is very interesting. And so in the first stanza, fifth sloka in the Manu laws, there is a sloka which also corresponds somehow to the topics that we described. Now I'm reading in Sanskrit.
Прасуптам ива сарвадаха. Значит, какой перевод?
So what would be the translation of this verse? This universe was totally in darkness, unclear, uncognizable, has no defined features, impossible to understand by mind, indefinite, and plunged into slumber. And you see, the ideas are kind of similar. We're talking about something total, about darkness, about something boundless, about slumber. And we see some images which somehow correspond to our Xian circle. And in the text, it's very interesting that for darkness, there is another word used, tamas. Being plunged in tamas, some kind of darkness. A tamas, a word, this is the philologist's approach. They start to look for the origins, for etymology of the roots of the word and the tam root, and I really did my research, my homework. But for the shade of something dark, and by the way, the Russian word tima, darkness, and Sanskrit tamas, you see that they clearly have the same ancestor. But for darkness, it also means ignorance, arrogance, and other bad things. And there's also tam verb root, which means suffocate or hold your breath. And here we approach the matter of cycles that Sergei Pavlovich Rashupkin mentioned. What is breathing? Breathing is a cyclic process. And when it ends, when the breathing stops, we can use the verb tam. And I think that even linguists are there with us and showing us the ways for future pondering over these matters. We have some comments, please, Igor Vladimirovich, just 10 seconds. You know, yesterday when I was showing the glossary, I think I didn't mention the word surgina, which might be coming from asurta. And in dictionary, it was said that it is something wrapped in the darkness. And in Agni Yoga, and from Vedic tradition, we know that the mother of the world hid her face. And how did she hide it? Maybe in the darkness. Thank you very much. It is very interesting. And also very interesting about the holding the breath. What could it be connected to? I suppose the prana power, which is through the human being's lungs and which nurtures the astral, the subtle body. Prana has its raison d'être, its reason to be. And its reason is jiva, is forehead. And forehead is in aum. When you were singing the verse, thank you very much. It was so unexpected to hear the verses in Sanskrit about the Theosophical Congress. And I heard you were withholding your breath and then continuing the sound. All this is symbolical and wonderful. You know, if we adopt a systemic approach, we will hear and recognize the symbol. By our imagination, we'll be able to reproduce them, and then we will be able to understand. This is the insight that came to me after your comment. As a matter of fact, the great aum is the psychic energy which nurtures by prana. And what do we come to? It was hidden. It was getting together. It was all in the process of formation. And then it was transferred to sun, to the ray, to the central sun, Frank told about. So the psychic energy is the synthesis of all the radiations, and it can be perceived only if the centers are ready to receive it. Psychic energy receives the power from space, symbolically, which means mother, that gives life, that gives life to birth. And forehead is a magnet, it's law, it manifests this great energy. How does it happen? There is something that who is responsible for this acquisition. What is it? It is Kundalini. Getting back to Vladimir Vasilievich's presentation today when he mentioned Kundalini Shakti, this is
энергия, которая действует через центр у основания позвоночника. А знаете, как она действует у высоких духов? Она действует через сердце.
That can lead us to the higher spirits, and yet it goes through the heart. And this heart, as the basis for monad, transfers light, mind, forehead, our mind capabilities. Yet this inertia should be brought to life. Nobody needs inertia nowadays. It's a different epoch. What happens? What occurs? The living word which brings life. And then we speak simply, and we can find the right place for every intricate term in this evolutionary system. And then we can only talk about the life, because we are this life, we are this knowledge, we are this unmanifested flame. Everything becomes clear and easy, because I am Brahma. We are this. There are no mysteries, and we understand that the psychic energy is boundless and limitless in its manifestations and qualities, because as many consciousness there are, as many kinds of psychic energy there are. And the floor is for Vladimir Vasilovich Yari. Well, I was just in these images beyond all forms now. Let me sum up a little. Now we are talking about the spirit beyond forms. This is the first stanza. And if you continue to follow this logic of the spirit beyond forms, we are talking about the causeless cause, the cause for everything. And since the cause is causeless, in the fifth sloka, we can see only one. There is a causeless cause that is being expressed here, the causeless cause for Maya, because sloka 5 tells us about a undifferentiated world where the time begins, the illusion begins, and it will be Maya's phenomena, which means tamas. This is darkness. Exactly what I told in the beginning, that darkness for our mind, tamas, this is something that is always in darkness. We can also say that that son that was there with mother and father, the one, he was in darkness. Why? Because he was unconscious. Because that son should go through the evolutionary path and plunge, dive completely in the matter. And only there, in this matter, after having suffered, he can ascend. This is why he goes to the new universe. He manifests it. And in it, in this new universe, he should make his first step. But in the beginning, he's not aware. He's unconscious. What is it? This is that the consciousness has, the consciousness of those who are going to incarnate. This is the reason for skunk, the causeless cause, or the darkness. You remember they are in the darkness, three of them. The darkness for mind. This is the reason, the cause was skunk, the cause for all the desires. This is what it is about. And that reason or cause for our desires will become the next. In the fourth sloka, the fourth stanza, on the prototypes plane, it will become the cause. And when the sun appears from mother's, from the universe mother's bottom, and the forehead, and then, considering that darkness, he will become step by step aware. He will have the power of that light, the light of which he is the bearer. And with this light, further on, progressively, he will reach the awareness and realization. And here he will need patience and obedience to the law, because the sun is the bearer of the law of light. But by getting deeper and deeper in Maya, in illusion, the matter, through time, he should reach the freedom, because the time is that illusion. And in the time, the skankas, the desires to live, to feel, to live through senses, this is Maya or illusion that he has to overcome, or get just by getting the power of the skunk, the attributes of the personality. He should get it, and with this strength, receive the power to ascend, to go back. Paramartha. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Vladimir Yari, Moscow School of Theosophy. Dear friends, I'd like to give the floor to a friend from the US, Doctor on Metaphysics, Madam Foster, Michelina Foster. We are waiting for your comments. We are waiting for your words, and we are waiting for your experience sharing. Thank you very much for finding time, allocating time for this meeting. We're happy to hear you.
Thank you. There are so many lights sitting there around the table and behind the table and in front of the table, and it's beautiful. But light and darkness seems to be only based on our ability to see it. A blind man can't see the sun. That would blind someone else. As the light travels through us, light and life and mind enlighten us. And here we find the beauty. I think sometimes that what we call darkness is the absolute light. And as it reflects onto the physical plane, the substance of mother, it actually becomes the shadow. So we're the shadow and the light is yet to come. The light comes between us. I think the prodigal son story of the New Testament tells why the son has to travel out. The son leaves the father's home and has all his possessions at first. And then as slowly he finds that they aren't worth it on this incarnation. He has many, and he travels around all over and through. As he goes back, he takes back the thoughts, the feelings, the essence that he had when he came here, when he came to the lower physical plane. He brings it back to the Father's house, and it enriches all of us that are yet to be born from the Father and the Mother into the Son. Bless you all. Thank you.
Дорогая Мишелина,
Dear Micheline, thank you so much. Your feelings that are formed in these words with these connotations, they are the foundation. I feel that this is the foundation. I always feel comfort when I hear you speak, And this foundation gives us the warmth that we're seeking. In all your comments, we can see this warmth and light, and it's based on the experience of not one, but several incarnations. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your comments. Dear friends, and I'd like to give the floor to another speaker in terms of the feelings regarding the shloka. If you were able to understand the way the discussion is going, we are still getting back to the most relevant points that speakers have dwelled upon. We are getting back to the thoughts, and these energies, they are mixed, and it's like a puzzle. We can see the picture, the general picture on the table, but we're missing a very important opinion that was voiced yesterday. This is the opinion by Volnov, the city of Moscow. We'll be happy to hear you. Please take the floor. Dear friends, I'd like to make a couple of points. And I'd like to start with the repetition. Cycles is the repetition. When I was preparing the report for yesterday, we talked about the chronos, how it is created. It's covered. It is the non-manifested state. We're able to see it in the shloka. There are obvious parallels, but I'd like to talk about the science. And let's have another way of looking at the science. What am I talking about? We're talking about the dark matter. What is it? Note that darkness and dark matter, from the standpoint of science, are unobservable substances. What happened to science when it worked on the ether? The ether is unobservable, and that was the reason for excluding ether from the scientific research. And the science repeats itself. It sees the darkness, but it cannot exclude it from the research. So there is no logic. It's contradiction of the development of science, but the science cannot see these contradictions. In its development, science is getting into dead ends, but cannot see it. And we are trying to tell it to the science. Why cannot science see these contradictions? Because of absolutization of its own picture of the world. Science is unable to reflect upon itself, upon its own borders. What is on the basis of the methodology? We have the second principle. It's the repetition of events, methodological principle, the reproduction and the repetition. What does it lead to in terms of time? We build our understanding of time. We see it as a homogeneous construct of unique events. There's no uniqueness. Science needs repetition. If the event is unique, it's outside of science. What is uniqueness in terms of time? It's the second form of time. It's kairos, according to Greeks. There is chronos and kairos. Kairos is something that is unpredictable moment, according to Vernadsky. There is no kairos in contemporary science. The constitution of scientific knowledge excludes the possibility of kairos in general. Despite the fact that we, or rather the science, have to talk about time as a linear thing, the measurability of time is possible through the cyclic events, but it doesn't mean that time is cyclic. It doesn't mean that at all. Time in science is linear. due to its homogeneity, but there is no other way of measuring it. That is why we measure time through the repetitive events, like cycles around the sun. But the time is not of linear nature. Another important point. There is another interesting phenomenon. The time of Pavel Florensky, and he talks about the time in a particular way. We can pray or we can dream, and if we look at what is happening with us there, then we'll be able to see it. It's a particular effect of the time. Briefly, the cause and consequence, they change places. When we're awake, we move from the cause to the consequence. When we're in a dream, when we're praying, the cause and the consequence change places. Time doesn't stop, it doesn't go in the reverse way from the past to the future, from the future to the past. This time still goes from the past to the future, but the cause and the consequence change places. What conclusion can we make through that? Florensky is trying to get to the cyclical time when there is movement from the source, from the origin, from the cause to the consequence, and vice versa. But this is possible only when we unite the physical and the thin reality, because praying state, dreaming state is a particular type of state. But we can get back to the cyclical time only through that. Otherwise, we just get into the linear time that is artificial, and it was created in an artificial way so that it would be measurable, so that we could measure the movement of the dead matter. What does Florensky say? He says that we do not understand the space correctly. We look at it from the analytical standpoint. We measure it through length. He says that we do not see the phenomenon of the united matter, and that is why the science cannot see the world as a united thing. It cannot unify four fundamental points, and Einstein tried to do that. But Vernadsky could build the united theory of science, but based on other foundations, where life is an indispensable part of that. We don't understand from the scientific point of view the reality correctly, because we've chosen a wrong way of measuring it. We have the analytical thinking that doesn't understand the united, the notion of unity. But Florensky says, let's do everything the other way around. Let's take a cube as the way of measuring space. So we use a single one thing for measuring space. Right now, we use seconds, minutes to measure time. It's not adequate. We need to take a cycle which has the movement from the cause to the consequence and vice versa. If we take that as an example and use it, and if we get back to the secret doctrine, they have only the cycle, time, and eternity there. There is no linear time there, because linear time is an artificial form. It's of mechanical nature. It doesn't lead us anywhere. It makes humans less human. We denied God, soul, and right now we're trying to deny human beings. This is the digitalization moving towards the meta universe, the digitalization of human beings, and denying the possibility of being free. If we project this logic towards the picture of time, we deny kairos, we deny everything, and human beings start living in the linear kind of time, and they are no longer humans. So we can take a cycle as the way for the purpose of measuring time. And when Vernadsky is talking about time, he says that time is alive and it is within cycles, and this transformation is needed, and we need to do it as fast as possible. And only then we'll be able to see the reality in its fullness and its completeness. And in a particular sense, kairos can be understood as the connection between the material and the spiritual. As praying is working with the kairos, we move to the thin state and we complete the cycle, and kairos completes the cycle. We talked about the triangle, about the balance of three forms of time. Dear friends, thank you. Well, I think that is all from me. Thank you so much, dear friends who were able to hear Volnov Ilya Nikolaevich, candidate, or rather PhD in Technical Sciences, Director of Technological Support of the Moscow Polytechnical University, Moscow, Russia. Thank you so much. Dear friends, in the context of what Ilya had just told us, this moving from digitalization, or rather moving towards digitalization, there is an opinion that something can save us from that. And what is it? The growth of psychic energy. Only, and then the first thing that we need, the precondition of the growth of the psychic energy, it's the application of the psychic energy. Why don't we use it? Why don't we apply it? We are way too lazy. Laziness destroys. What is the best way to accumulate the psychic energy? Keep being silent. The theosophic notion can be regarded from another standpoint. The united darkness that filled everything is the silence of the sun. It's the accumulation. It's the true accumulation of the psychic energy that we'll be able to see through other cycles. It's the accumulation of the fiery energy.
Кристаллизовываться в отложениях. А кристалл огненной энергии, он начинает увеличиваться и расти. То есть вот этот процесс роста. И а в чем растрата тогда происходит? Как мы можем определить, когда человек растрачивает?
How can I see if someone has spent all the psychic energy? Human beings can no longer fly. We are trying to remember the past. We can fly in the dream, when we dream. And sometimes human beings cannot even move. If we focus on the consciousness accumulation of the energy, the silence is great, and that is the origin of this fiery energy. As for the psychic energy that is manifested here, is housed the purifying forces, the more of them, the more powers to act we have. We can understand if we are pure or not and what we can do. Vladimir, I give the floor. Your final comments regarding the fifth shloka, the first stanza, and all the opinions that we have heard before. I give the floor.
Already partly I mentioned this, the whole idea. I would like to say that in this stanza, we get an opportunity to understand one's own lack of knowledge. Any of our breeding of thought is connected to Maya, to illusion. Because this is the law. We should achieve the way to the world, to the light through this. So the cause of reason, the cause of our lack of knowledge shows that we need to draw attention to this. When we were speaking about the first answer, this causeless cause, reason for our ignorance, is something that we should learn. We need to grow feelings in ourselves, which would not have any form or image. This is basically, this is darkness, but we need to enter this. We won't be able to teach ourselves, because it will be in the grain of it is the monada of each of you. With the accumulation, and for this, all the program is contained. It is the other side of the Buddha, which is called monada. It is only our achievement, our aiming for the future, the movement of our thought, the creativity of our thought, which is in the potence. The potence of the grain of spirit. And the state of spirit is outside the form. And if we started directly the secret doctrine, we need to feel this feeling in ourselves. Only then will we be able to differentiate further, understanding from the general to the specific. And here in the fifth shloka is the strength of our aspiration, which is woken up by the call. And the call wakes our conscience, our consciousness. And with the help of this woken up consciousness, the memory of the spirit, we are able to obscure from this country, from this darkness. We will come from it to light. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vladimir Yary, Moscow. Dear friends, let us sum up the round table. So the fifth shloka, first stanza, darkness alone filled the boundless all, for Father, Mother, and Son were once more one, and the Son had not awakened yet for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. We have not touched upon one very important issue regarding the comments of the fifth shloka, the notion of the manifested mother. Nobody paid attention to this. Maybe there was not enough time, but it's interesting. How was it manifested? There is this idea which I will speak about at the end of my comments, about planes of being. The united darkness covered everything. We understand that the stanza is the first manifestation of the universe, which reflects all the cosmogony of the non-manifested reflection of the second plane. It filled the endless everything, for Father, Mother, and Son were united. So these three were here all together. And here the third shroud is somewhat raised. So this darkness filled everything because these three were together. So there was nothing to separate these three, to separate this eternity. And the Son had not woken up yet for the pilgrimage. Why? Because the birthing mother was only semi-manifested at this point of time of the evolutionary cycle. And when will she be manifested? When will the Son be? Now, look here. What is the idea? The woman becomes a search, an endless search of creativity. This notion of mother only when she gives birth. Before that, she is only semi-manifested. And in order for this energy to be assimilated, in order for the person to become, to get reasonable, we as the semi-manifested mother should give birth to our own son. We should give birth to our own light. We should become conscious. This is what is mentioned here. What has a united manifestation here of the oncogonic ray. And this monadic foundation will begin to be manifested then when the mother is manifested finally, when this light of reason will shine upon us. The fifth shloka, number 5, corresponds to manas, corresponds to a symbol of human. So this is why we need to, and the time has come for that epoch to become conscious. Thank you very much.
Дорогие делегаты Конгресса, научные
Dear Congress delegates, dear research group, thank you so much to everybody who worked at the round table. Philosophic knowledge enters the world. It is scientifically based, and it has a unique
ответить совершенно по-новому на
to
вопрос.
answer in a new way the question, to answer any question from a new point of view. Why? Because if we know the fundamental knowledge, possess the fundamental knowledge which was the basis of Blavatsky's secret doctrine, we will have this ability to understand, to integrate the great theosophic knowledge. Because the demand and the relevance of studying the secret doctrine is clear. When studying the scientific and fundamental doctrine, we ascertain the time of our great compatriot Elena Blavatsky. And of course, we accept the world science and culture. So everybody who was present at the scientific symposium, whose thought is in the final doctrine, we all have made a contribution in this system, in the comprehension of her doctrine. Dear Congress delegates, and all of you who are watching us online. We are drawing to an end. The Congress of 2022 in Nizhny Novgorod is coming to the end. And we will be looking forward to seeing you all at the 7th International Congress, which will take place in the capital of our Russia, in the best city in the world, Moscow. And we will demonstrate a unique medallion that belongs to Yelena Blavatsky. And now we will announce this important event. The presentation of Yelena's medallion.
Не так давно на одном немецком аукционе в городе Трире был обнаружен старинный фотомедальон середины XIX века.
Not so long ago, an old photo medallion of the mid-19th century with an early unknown portrait of Helena Blavatsky was discovered at a German auction in the city of Trier. The medallion in the form of a folding book with a book wearing on a chain is lined with thin gold. The face part of it is decorated with an ornament and is shown in black enamel technique, which makes it similar to an old book. The ornament reminds of a cover of an old book, and in the center of its there is a flower. Its foundation is decorated by three poses. By shape, it similar to a book, which was closed with a lock, which is now partly not there. It has oval openings. To the left, there is a photo of young Yelena, and to the right, her hair. In the hair, but it can be said that they are hair-colored. It is known that photographs were used since 1839. The age of the Russian Yelena von Hahn is about 17 to 19 years. We know that she was born in 1831. Therefore, the time of the creation of this medallion can be attributed to 1848 to 1849, which is quite consistent with the historical style of its production. But who could this photo medallion belong to? In the mid-19th century, such an object could be kept with family heirlooms, and as a rule, only people who were very close to each other could have such an amulet with a photo and a lock of hair mounted in the next window. In those times where there were no such means of communication that we are used to in our time, such photo medallions help to console the suffering of separation from beloved and dear people. And we know that Yelena von Hahn lived in Tbilisi. Then she married Nikifor Blavatsky, the governor of Yerevan. Soon she left her family and went on a long journey around the world, during which she endured many difficulties of a wandering life. The girl depicted in the photo portrait has a well-groomed appearance of a mid-1980s citizen. So we can city dweller. So we can believe that it was made before she left Tbilisi. So this amulet could belong to someone of her family or relatives. How did this medallion happen to be in Trier, in Germany? It is a riddle.
И самая главная загадка, конечно, и вот это уникальная реликвия.
Of course, this unique relic, whose hair is in the medallion, supposedly it is Yelena Blavatsky's hair. Due to the fact that, as you know, we have an international research center headed by Professor Shupkin, we can open a whole department to study this medallion. And I hope that this is the future, which will be very interesting. Thank you. We invite all of you to Moscow, where you can see in real time this medallion. and you will be able to see it yourself. Dear friends, dear delegates of the 6th International Theosophic Congress and the International Symposium, are congratulated by the students of the Medical College after Balakirev. For us today, a quarter of the group of Nizhny Novgorod, 4 musicians, will play
Класс профессора Лилии Викторовны Лукьяненко представляет
Professor Lilia Lukyanenko's class presents today the performance. Valeria Kocheva, Tatiana Ferry, Dubas Simeon, and Daniil Dubin from Nizhny Novgorod, quarter band, part 2 of quartet number 1, Ludwig van Beethoven.
Огромное.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This was Quartet Nizhny Novgorod, students of Balakian Music College.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, it's very important to know that the Congress has been so highly appreciated by you. Publications about the work of our Congress have received many reviews and comments in media throughout the country and abroad. We're glad that many countries of the world have joined in the support and the compliments to the Congress. So we were watched live from many regions of the Russian Federation. The whole groups of people were watching us and commenting on our work. We have so many questions for the scientific symposium. All of your questions will be answered during our scientific seminars throughout the year. We'll have them in December, January, and through the whole 2023. And of course, we had so many countries join us, like England, Spain, Slovenia, Norway, Canada, Morocco, Greece, India, Austria, Germany, Finland, Burma, Sweden, Australia, Ireland, USA. We thank you all for all the good wishes you sent us. Associations of representatives from the spheres of culture, science, education, medicine, art, who base their scientific research on theosophical scientific works, will allow an effective interaction to affirm the name of our great compatriot Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, to give her the appreciation that she deserves. The Theosophical projects you can find on our Theosophy Foundation website. The Foundation for the Support and Development of Theosophy exists to promote the development of socially significant and educational activities, spiritual and moral education of society, as well as the establishment and affirmation of a unified system of spiritual values based on the ideas and principles of Theosophy. Thanks to everyone who provided their financial support in the arrangement of the Congress. Thank you for all the work you've done for the development of Theosophy and continue to do all over the world. This is not a goodbye. Please write your suggestions and feedback. We will stay in touch. Thank you for our joint activity and cooperation. The 6th Theosophical Congress, dedicated to the great theosophist Vladimir Anatolyevich Bakanov, is now officially closed. But we will continue our work and we will wait for you in Moscow for the 7th Theosophical Congress in 2023. It's easy to be together, light and love.
Thank you.
Спасибо. Уважаемые участники Конгресса, зал для вас открыт еще 30
Dear
минут.
participants of the congresses, you can stay in the hall for 30 more minutes.
Оргруппа, пожалуйста, подойдите все к пресс-волу, вся оргруппа к пресс-волу и наши спикеры и оргруппа, подойдите к пресс-волу для фотографий, для общего, у нас не осталось ничего. К пресс-волу или сюда? Сюда. Дорогие друзья, для общей фотографии члены оргруппы и наши спикеры, подойдите сюда, пожалуйста. Все спикеры, где вы, спикеры наши? Присаживайтесь, пожалуйста.